Good morning. Good morning in the coldest day of this winter. Thanks for coming. Thanks also to the friends who are watching us on Zoom. You all know that we have come here to give again the reasons why we want to protect Vjosa-Narta. We want to protect it because first, the Albanian legislation stipulates it to preserve because of the natural values it has that we will present at this conference. For the natural cultural values it represents to Albania, but also beyond our borders, and the values it represents to the people and traditional use values it boasts, and the services it enables directly or indirectly. So without further ado, because we are a bit late, always the victim of delays is the coffee break, and that will be in this case too. So let me introduce the panelists. Alexander Krajcher, he is the Executive Director of PPNEA. Annette, I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name right. She is the Director of the Foundation Euronatur Conservation. Lea Galtre is the representative of DIMFE Foundation, and Gökhan Tuncer is the Executive Director of the Office Heinrich Böll Foundation in Tirana. So without further ado, I give the floor to Alexander to start. Thanks a lot, Yoni. Once again, good morning on my part. Let me thank all the participants who took time from their day to attend this event, this conference that is dedicated to a very noble cause, both to the representatives present here at this room and also to the online participants. I want to thank the three foundations that have supported strongly this cause, and some of them since the start. As Yoni mentioned, this is a cold morning, but this is a hot topic that we are going to talk about today. This is a hot topic that started many years ago. In January 2018, were materialized the plans, and were made public the plans to construct the Vlora airport. And since then, without having a feasibility study at hand, or at least an expert evaluation about its location, the government announced that this airport will be built at the PPNEA area. Normally, this was not this really dissatisfied us and the organizations that were active over the years in that area, because that area where the airport is going to be built is inside a protected area, so in the protected landscape Vjosa-Narta. And this area had received this status since 2004, precisely because of the extraordinary values of landscape and biodiversity. From the outset, we pushed the institutions and the stakeholders with all our strength to change, to modify this decision-making. Because as many people have been telling us, many colleagues and friends, probably at first glance, this doesn't look like a big problem. People might say, come on, it's just an airport, and Albania really needs an airport because our country needs to develop. And somehow it was there were attempts to minimize, to diminish this problem. We may choose to think like that, and probably this will make us live at peace with ourselves, or we may see the reality in the eye. And the reality is that this is a very dangerous precedent. And the construction of such infrastructure facility in the 21st century, at the time where the entire globe is aware of the importance of the environment, importance of the nature, the consequences of climate change, and all the governments of progressive countries are trying to walk hand by hand with nature. Now we see that in Albania, there is a decision-making that goes entirely in the opposite direction to this trend. This airport represents precisely this approach, this mindset. On the other hand, this is not in line with the values that we seek to propagate in the international arena. Many of you have heard about this slogan for our country, like the last unexplored treasure of Europe. And this treasure is such precisely because of the natural values our country hosts, because of the biodiversity values that are preserved in the protected areas. The protected area is the mechanism by which we guarantee the preservation, conservation of these values that we boast about, either domestically or internationally. Now we are talking about tourism assets, nature as a very important asset of tourism. And on the other hand, we are building such infrastructures that destroy this asset. So on one hand, we want to bring tourists and we make this propaganda that tourism is going to develop the country. On the other hand, we are destroying those values that we expect tourists to see, to visit. I am glad that today we have representatives of various institutions. We have representatives of various fields of economy, because it often happens that in such meetings, we turn into like these echo meetings. So there are people, the people who come are those who want to hear what they want to hear. And all of us agree amongst us. But the purpose of this event is not this. This event aims for our voice to go to those people who may feel even uneasy at listening to these things. And we want to push for the discussion about this. And by sitting and participating these events, we want to prevent such mistakes like the one with the Vlora airport. Probably many of you know that the airport issue has been pursued even legally. Two organizations, PPNEA and the Etymologic Association of Albania, have taken legal action, so sent the case to court. The court refused to admit this court complaint, this lawsuit, by not finding these organizations having legal standing and legitimation. It said these two organizations do not have legal standing to raise this lawsuit because they are not directly affected by the construction of this airport. And of course, this was challenged, this was appealed, and now the case is pending at the appellate court. But in a discussion with a representative of the EU delegation, when I communicated this development, the representative was surprised. And he said, who expected this airport to be challenged, appealed? The pelicans or the flamingo? So we are here to speak on behalf of those who have no voice to speak, precisely those we brag about and that represent the nature of our country and for which we must strongly work to preserve them for the coming generations. So without taking too much time, as Yoni mentioned, because we started a bit late, I hope we will not get time from the coffee break. So I would like to invite Madame Lea Galtre from the DIMFE Foundation. This is a foundation that has helped us extremely on the airport coast and on the preservation of the wetland nature Vjosa-Narta. Lea, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be with you today, and thank you very much to PPNEA for inviting me here. So while water covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface, only 2.5 of it is fresh water. And today, this water is under extreme threat. As the global population grows, the demand for clean and safe water is increasing. And at the same time, human activity and climate change are disrupting natural water cycles, putting the healthy freshwater ecosystem that we rely on for clean water under pressure. To be noted, despite its low coverage, freshwater ecosystems are home to 12% of all known species. However, they have an extinction rate 4 to 6 times higher than marine organisms. It is critical to conserve freshwater ecosystems as they play a key role by contributing to human development and well-being. Indeed, they provide a wide range of ecosystem services essential for us by providing, for example, drinking water and irrigation for crops. And that's not all. Freshwater ecosystems are part of the solution to fight climate change as a nature-based solution. So while water resource management is widely addressed, the link with healthy freshwater ecosystems is often overlooked. Yet, this is a very basis of the solution. Before finding energy-intensive solutions, such as water desalination, it is essential to save what gives us fresh water naturally. And in the Mediterranean basin, the situation is critical. Almost half of the wetlands have disappeared since 1970. And since 1993, freshwater vertebrate populations have declined by an average of 28%. Out of these remaining species, 36% are considered as endangered. And this is why the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, the MAVA Foundation, and the H.V. Jensen Charity Foundation have launched the Donors Initiative for Mediterranean Freshwater Ecosystems, which is DIMF, which aims to protect, conserve, and restore freshwater ecosystems in the Mediterranean basin. Created in 2021, DIMF draws on the expertise of this foundation in supporting freshwater conservation in the Mediterranean and beyond. So to raise up this challenge, DIMF aims to support projects with strong impact in the field. And we are supporting 6 projects around the Mediterranean basin that put the protection of freshwater ecosystems and its biodiversity at the heart of their action. This is why DIMF is supporting this project of PPNEA, as it is urgent and essential to preserve and protect those areas full of biodiversity. These are all approaches. These approaches are all part of a puzzle to enable more effective action in the field. But to make this happen, collaboration among different stakeholders, such as donors, scientists, actors in the field, decision maker, is essential. So thank you very much to PPNEA for all the work and efforts. And I'm looking forward to listening to the panels and discussions that will take place today, that I'm sure will be very productive. Thank you.
Thanks. As mentioned, the areas with fresh water or wetlands are being reduced day by day, and only a few of us, or better, the wide public, is not much aware of their importance and how few they are and how important they are to be preserved. Now, in our fight to prevent this airport or further urbanization of Vjosa, equally important was the community support, the support by the wide public and the local community. One of the contributors or the new partners of PPNEA, but also very important for the contribution it gave in this effort, is the foundation Heinrich Böll. And I will give the floor to Executive Director of this foundation for his presentation.
My name is Gökhan. I am the representative of the Heinrich Böll Foundation in Albania. Our foundation is affiliated with the Green Party in Germany. So actually we stand for political education from a green perspective. We have more than 30 offices around the world, and a very big proportion of the offices are in Southeastern Europe, because we value the importance of the region also especially for the future of Europe. And it's a very happy occasion that I'm here in Albania, where I have been regularly since 2000. And it's also for me a very happy occasion, happy moment to be here on this podium in the opening of this conference today. And I would like to thank PPNEA and all the supporters and all the participants of this conference for their engagement, especially in the last 2 years where I was here. I could be a witness of this increasing engagement for a better sustainable future of Albania as part of Europe, which is mainly our focus and our aim to contribute to. Now, before being the manager of this foundation, I'm from profession economist, and I was a consultant for sustainable tourism. I traveled 40% of the world, and I visited many regions in the developing world who wanted to develop tourism as a source of income. And I learned from my mentor, and we kept repeating this sentence in all countries because we believed in this sentence. Many seminars we opened with the sentence, with the quote, "Tourism is like fire. You can cook your soup with it, or you can burn your house." Unfortunately, I was witness of many regions who were victims of tourism. So mass tourism is very attractive. Rapid income is attractive for the local population. Most of the time, these decisions are being made by short-term political considerations. Long-term effects are not calculated. The societies do not at the end profit from tourism. The nation does not profit. The region, the continent suffers. It is where we see our mission as Heinrich Böll Foundation very important in this context, to care for information, to care for people's minds, to give them the choice to decide for their own on the basis of a qualified debate. So what are the pros and cons of this airport project in the long term for a sustainable development of Albania and of the whole European region, Mediterranean region? In the last year, we were very happy to be part of many initiatives PPNEA and other environmental organizations took in Albania. which go into the direction involving engaging the wide population. This is not a local issue. It's not about a Vlora getting an airport. It's about Albania, it's about Mediterranean region, it's about Europe, and it's about the planet. We need more education, and I'm very confident that with all the effort concentrated in this room, we can show that we care for a sustainable development of this country and on our planet. So there have been many positive surprises during the years I've been here. So I see more and more youth, local communities, villages, cities, middle class thinking about leaving Albania or staying here. They are more and more interested to take care of the country, to engage for a better sustainable development in this country. So I think politicians have to react, of course, elections in mind. But at the end of the day, the job of the politicians are to take decisions for allocation. Resources are allocated. This is the job of the politics. Now, this allocation has to function according to rational calculations. And the rational calculations have to include external effects and long-term effects. And only on the basis of that, we can say we have allocated the resources which have been given to us in a way that our children can profit from it. I thank you again, all the actors involved in this campaign, especially PPNEA for taking the responsibility, the action to foster this debate. And I hope we can show local communities, Albanians, and also in Europe that we care. And I think this is the most significant characteristic of all living species on the earth, that they are able to care. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Gogan. Well, Gogan mentioned already that, well, things are changing in Albania. There are more young people, there are more villages, following certain causes. And it is worth mentioning that Euronatur, our partner, has been present in Albania for many years now and has helped with many causes. And such help was not only inside Albania, but they have also helped other Balkan countries beyond our border. So, Annette, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much towards PPNEA for organizing this conference and also for having me as a representative of Euronatur in this panel and giving a short speech. The Vjosa River, from its source to its mouth, is a highly valuable ecosystem. And as you all know, most likely strong efforts were undertaken by an international and national community to put the Vjosa River under protection. And of course, we are very happy to see that, especially in the past year, a lot of developments took place and that there is a strong will of the Albanian government to put the Vjosa River under protection and to proclaim a Vjosa National Park. Of course, the delta of the Vjosa is part of the river, and so is the Narta Lagoon. It should be protected. It is protected. It is protected under national legislation, and it is also protected as under an international convention. It is a candidate emerald site. And even more surprised we are that the Vjosa River is seen as two parts, the delta and the river. And we are very concerned about the destructive plans which are already being implemented to construct the Vlora International Airport in the Narta Lagoon. The fact that the area is protected both on national under national legislation as well as under international legislation shows the high ecological value of the area. And Leah also highlighted the value of wetlands in general and the threats they are facing. Of course, the destructive activities and the development plans have also come to the attention of international bodies. In the past years, the European Union in its country reports expressed its strong concerns towards the construction of Vlora International Airport, as it will affect habitats which are protected under EU legislation. And at the same time, the permitting procedures are questionable and not compatible with the general rule of law. And also the Berne Convention is aware of the situation and decided to organize an on-the-spot appraisal to better understand the situation on site during its meeting in 2021. This mission, which took place this year, was joined by two other conventions, the African-European Waterbird Agreement and the Bonn Convention, the CMS Convention on Migratory Species. And this also reflects the concerns related to the constructions. So it's 3 international conventions and the EU that are concerned. The report from the on-the-spot appraisal was presented shortly prior to the annual meeting of the Berne Convention last year. The government refused to accept the report due to too short notice. And this, in the end, prevented the Berne Convention, the Secretariat of the Berne Convention to take clear decisions and to give strong recommendation based on expert findings proving the high ecological value of the area in its last meeting. Consequently, the government continues to follow its plans, destroys the habitats, and this directly affects the integrity of the Vjosa River ecosystem. Taking all this into consideration, we strongly call on the Albanian government to stop any further construction works related to the Vlora International Airport until all open questions are clarified, as otherwise the Narta Lagoon as part of the Vjosa River ecosystem will be irreversibly be destroyed and the Vjosa River will lose its legs, so to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annette. I will invite you all to take a seat there. So, their coach,
well, it was mentioned here often that this cause has already started some time ago. It actually started with the efforts to preserve Vjosa, to preserve, first of all, its delta. A reaction started in 2018 already. A coalition of several environmental organizations, including some which are present here today, was established. Other steps have already been also taken, and my colleague Jamal Jerry will talk about those steps. Well, thank you. Thank you all for joining this conference. Actually, I'm going to have a very brief presentation. It is actually a pleasure to hear Annette mentioning the Berne Convention and other conventions. And I see on Zoom already participants from Berne Convention and other experts who were part of this on-the-spot appraisal that they did in Narta wetland. So let me mention briefly some of the threats in Vjosa-Narta, and especially the threats caused by the construction of this airport. As the members of the panel mentioned, and as other experts will mention, this area is very important at the international, both at the national and international level because of its natural values. It is a protected area of the second category. In addition to that, this area is part of a much larger ecological network. It is a candidate emerald area. It is important for birds. It also meets the Ramsar criteria by our calculations. It's also part of the migratory route of Adriatic, and it hosts a large variety of birds. My colleagues will mention them more in details. During the studies or research we have made on the birds in this area and the threats against them, we have seen issues with the confrontation, plastic pollution, fires. And what is the main concern is the construction of this airport within a protected area. As you can see on this picture, in the middle of this area, there is a small piece based on this decision for reviewing Vjosa-Narta area, for reviewing the borders of Vjosa-Narta area. So they have removed, let's say, they have isolated this piece. So what was this area like, what it is like now, and what it is going to be? This is some drone views that show us what this zone looked like before. It was used by the birds and the local inhabitants. This area is only 60 meters away from the surrounding of the airport and 200 meters from the end of the runway. You can also see the salt areas here, which are very important for the birds and which are just next to the airport. This is very important also for the local inhabitants. This is a picture taken above the airport. You see pelicans flying most probably towards Divjaka Karavasta, another important area. This is important not only as a migratory route for the birds, but it's also important for other prey birds, which use the area for food and for whatever other needs they have. This is an area which is flooded from time to time. That's how it used to be. And this is also, according to the Albanian government, large, runway, but actually, it was only 5 to 10 meters wide. What it is like now, right now? Well, you see intense, heavy machines being used. It's not just one runway for planes, but it's 2 giant runways. You see lots of smoke. And as I said, heavy machines being operated. As you can see on this picture, it is very close to this salt plants. It is surrounded. In the January census that we made, actually, we were not even allowed to go any closer to the area to count the birds there. Even though the area is surrounded, we could see from time to time birds inside the construction site. So what is the vision? What is the future? Or what it seems to be? This picture is taken from the media, from the visibility study. You see that in addition to the airport, which is our main concern, well, it looks like there are other concerns we're afraid of, like various resorts or ports even in this protected area. But what have we done? What has PPNEA done, and the civil society and the environmental civil society, Albanian and international civil society? I'll give you a short timeline. January 2018, all this noise started. The Albanian government mentioned for the first time this Vlora airport, and right after that, once they published this, the environmental civil society, both Albanian and international, sent an open letter to the Albanian Prime Minister. The Euronatur actually led this effort together with other organizations, calling them on how important this zone is for Albania and for the international level, and to stop this crazy initiative. Later, there were, no agreement was reached first, but the so-called review of protected areas started. Vjosa was part of it, and they mentioned that they would remove this airport part from the protected area and some olive groves nearby. Well, the civil society organizations gave their arguments. They provided the necessary papers, scientific reports, and all, arguing that they cannot take away one part from the protected area because that area is important for the birds, and not only that. In addition to that, the environmental civil society organizations reported the case to the European Commission. So in the 2019 progress report on Albania, the European Commission mentions that Albania needs to be a little bit careful with protected areas, especially with Divjaka and Vjosa-Narta. Later, even though we gave our recommendations, in March 2020, during the pandemic, a tender was opened for the construction of the airport. Well, it was open and then closed and open and closed several times. That was, a few games played. And in parallel to that, PPNEA and other organizations started letting all their partners know, letting all the institutions know in March 2020 that PPNEA would write to Berne conventions asking them to come to Albania and to look at this case. And later, ECO Albania raised this issue with Berne Convention together with the Vjosa issue. December 2020, the draft decision of the National Territory Regulatory Committee presented the case. October 2020, the civil society organizations, including PPNEA, insisted that the airport case was part of the progress report. And after its publication, we saw that the European Commission asked the Albanian government to explain what was happening with the airport, and they asked the government to reconsider the construction of the airport within a protected area. In 2021, a number of national and international organizations and experts signed an open letter addressed to the Albanian government, to the respective institutions, emphasizing the importance of the Vjosa-Narta area and asking them to stop this crazy initiative within a protected area. We also sent a letter to the European Commission at that time. In March 2021, Mavetex company won the tender. Well, surprisingly, this was the same company with the one in Divjaka Karavasta. So they won the tender and they signed a contract. They signed a contract for the construction of the airport. Later on, civil society organizations conducted a few manifestations and rallies against the construction of the airport and against what the government is doing with Vjosa-Narta in general. So we organized a manifestation in this place, which is now different, doesn't look the same now, just to emphasize the importance of this area. November 2021, there was a public hearing, the first and the last hearing, which was followed by the inauguration of the construction. So this public hearing was just a show. So they continued with inaugurating the beginning of the construction of the airport, even though they had not yet issued a construction permit. Later on, PPNEA in December 2021 insisted by addressing these European institutions again, trying to postpone, trying to make the Albanian government take measures against this illegal activity. It was the third year, and again, the European Commission mentioned in its progress report on Albania that that Vlora airport should stop, the construction should stop. Later, in January 2020, we had an approval of 2 decisions of the Council of Ministers. Dorian will explain us later. But construction works continued without a construction permit, without a decision being made on the area. In September 2022, after our request and the request of Eco Albania to have a reconsideration of AEVA and CMS and Berne Convention, they conducted an on-the-spot appraisal, and they are preparing a report which will be published soon. October, the case was again raised by the progress report by the European Commission. The airport was mentioned again in October 2022. We had a review of the decision of the Council of Ministers approved the construction of the airport finally. Okay. Anyway, November 2020, we started our legal struggle with AUS and Euronatur, as Sander also mentioned. So December 2022, that is December last year, Berne Convention in their meeting mentioned clearly that the on-the-spot appraisal showed that the habitat was different, even though the area was still a protected area, very close to the protected area for birds. So everything was being constructed within a protected area. This was a massive airport being constructed. We didn't stop our efforts after various manifestations. Last month, we conducted another manifestation in the airport area. And we had massive support both from the Albanian civil society, various activists, local and international activists. This was a protest that was also reflected both on national and international media. In parallel to that, well, our efforts continue, but construction also continues without any measure against that. That was my presentation. I really tried to keep it short. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for this journey, for this timeline. As it was mentioned, we are now struggling, through a court case. We are doing our legal fight, let's say, and this is, I would say, the most important part. So this is what gives us hope. So our next presentation is precisely about this, about the legal case. So we start our countdown, let's say. So I would like to invite Dorian for his presentation. Thank you, Yoni. Well, I am one of the 4 lawyers involved in this case. We don't have to have all of them, to talk. I'll try to summarize what is happening with the court case. Actually, it's 2 cases. It's not just one. One of the cases is directly related with the airport. The other one is about changes to the protected area, which you saw on the picture. Well, it was already mentioned here by Annette that we have to meet several international requirements deriving from international conventions. Such conventions also explain what we need to consider in cases of a project like the construction of an airport. Well, at least 5 principles are violated. I mean, principles that are internationally protected. The principle of sustainable development. Well, this airport is being built in an area. Well, probably no one is against having an airport built in that area, even in the south. But there are many other alternatives to that. Well, of course, you cannot consider it, development unless it is sustainable development. You cannot consider it development if it causes unreversible damages to the nature. And we saw this is important for the birds. This is an EBA zone. It is a Ramsar zone, Emerald Candidate zone, and so on. So this is clearly a very unsustainable development that really damages the environment. And this takes us to the violation of the principle of generations. Well, this Narta is not only ours. It's not only ours in terms of the species, but Narta belongs to other species as well. It also belongs to future generations. So in a way, it is one of the few areas or values that are transmitted through generations. There is also a violation of the principle of transparency and public participation. Well, there's a reason why the public is invited normally to, decisions about such developments that have a significant impact on the environment. This is not only about giving the public, the right to just to pretend that they are involved, but because we may have important information from the public. And it's not only about the public directly affected, it's also about the organizations which are knowledgeable about this area, which know, how these habitats can be affected, how irreversible change, might be caused. So it's important to show the public what they intend to do and ask them and ask their opinion and ask the opinion of specialized organizations and experts. This activity also violates the principle of due diligence because no measures were taken in this case to avoid threats for serious irreversible damages. There is also a violation of the principle of prevention. And this is the principles that we have identified that have been violated in this case, not only in the case of the airport, but also in the regarding the protected area in general. So as I said, it's 2 cases. The first case, we are against the concessionary contract. And the concessionary contract between the Albanian government and a few companies mentioned here earlier. We have objected to the environmental statement, which is issued through an irregular process by the Ministry of Environment. We have also objected to the development permit, which is issued by the Regulatory Territory Committee. And this is what Alexander mentioned at the beginning. The court actually hesitated to recognize the civil society as a party in the case. And unlike unlike its precedents, this court did not even want to register the case or to recognize the civil society as a party. And this took us back to the time when Albania did not give any space, any room to the civil society to object to developments that have a significant impact on the environment. Well, the civil society organizations now, for the last 10 years at least, have the right to object to these developments. And not only in the court of first instance, but even the High Court has actually expressed itself. They have said that anyone in the public, even if it is one person or a civil society organization, they have the right to, to address the court. However, they did hesitate in this case. It looks like this potato is too hot for the moment. as Alexander said, this is not only the first instance court, it is the Court of Appeal. So they are throwing the ball to each other. The judges will have at some time to express themselves on the legitimate right of the civil society in this case, and they will also have to come up with arguments. Well, at the end, there will be an answer for all the questions raised in our lawsuit. So these civil society organizations have the will, of course, to go through this case. We will have a decision by the court at some point, whenever that is. The second case, we have objected the changes of the borders of the protected area. You know that this area is where two areas merge: the Bisporo area mentioned in the last decision of the Council of Ministers, and another fifth category area, that is the Laguna, the wetland, which is a protected landscape. With the latest December 2020 decision of the Council of Ministers, these two areas are given category 5, so one less. So we have a smaller size of areas now, but you cannot do that unless you have scientific criteria, and obviously the government has not given any such scientific explanations why they have reduced the protected areas in terms of size. So that's why we have two different cases. It's different procedures, it's different institutions involved. However, there is a connection between the two. The second case is opened directly with the court, the administrative court, because this is a claim against an administrative act. So on the 8th of February, that is the day after tomorrow, we will have the first hearing with the court. But unlike the first case, which I explained, when the court did not want to legitimize the civil society, the administrative court is in the process of legitimizing, let's say, the civil society, which represents a positive development compared to the first case. So you saw this already. The construction of the airport or the change of the borders of the protected areas is not necessarily related with this strip of land only where the airport is being built, but this is like, opening a water dam, where you just give way to unsustainable development like tourism, construction, or transformation of agricultural land. So in practical terms, if you start constructing an airport, they will, take away all the airport. We will have no longer, a protected area. It will just be an area used for commercial or tourism purposes. So this is a key moment. Unless you stop this tendency from the very beginning, you can't protect the whole area, the whole Narta area. Otherwise, there will be an end to this protected area. So this is not just about the airport. And it's very important to understand this. So the question is, why? Why the airport? So in addition to the violations already mentioned, there is a big issue, again, with the construction of this airport. Even if the whole procedure was a legitimate procedure, by rule, even if, even when we are dealing with a completely legitimate procedure, if the public bodies have more than one alternative to do such a construction, the court would have to consider whether what the government chose is actually the best option. So there are at least 4 alternatives in this area. Well, actually, there would be much more if we consider the south of Albania. But in this area, there are 4 at least options. Well, this airport area. So, as you see, this is the government has chosen the protected landscape within the protected area. The 3 other options are outside the protected area. In these 3 other options, they have enough flat land, they are close to the national road, and they have enough distance from the other international airport, which is Rinas. So these three other options are actually considered by the government, and again, they have decided that what they chose, what they opted for, is the best. Well, maybe you can't see this table very well, but this is a table where the government has given points to each option. Look how interesting it is. Look, use of land, PPNEA, they give 5 points, which means this is a very positive situation compared to the three other alternatives where they have given minus 5 points, like the agricultural quality. So there is a big difference between this option and the three other options. Look at the end. Look how many more points PPNEA has. 8 more points than the second option. But again, but in three other options, you have I mean, it's clear that this is the first, let's say, chosen option. So if you just look at these points here, it is clear that the government just chose the worst alternative to construct an airport. And it doesn't take a genius to understand that, especially if you consider that this is the only alternative within the protected area. Even if that was not the case, they have not measured these criteria, these indicators well. So all of this comes with a bunch of other violations, which we will present in court, starting with the concessionary agreement. Well, first of all, problem number one is that this project is not in line with any development plans for that area. These development plans do mention the construction of an airport in the south, but they do not say an airport with a runway that is longer than 8.5 kilometers, and they don't mention any towers. They mention seasonal flights, you know, and not this giant typical infrastructure. What they are building here is 3.2 kilometers. It has a tower, you know, it has terminals. So it goes beyond the plans. So even for, you know, if we for a moment, you know, consider that, okay, the government already intended to construct an airport, this is not what they had in plan. Besides, they had to follow a few administrative steps, like, you know, the environmental impact assessment. I don't know whether you have seen anything about that, but all procedures they have followed, you know, contain violations. They didn't take the right steps as required by the public-private partnership law. They have not respected the procedures that they should have followed in the case of a protected area. And the same applies to environmental impact assessment. There are several laws they had to, you know, comply with before even approving the idea of, you know, signing this concessionary agreement. However, the concessionary agreement, in contradiction with all these requirements, is now already signed. And of course, for these reasons, this contract is the result of a poisoned tree from the very beginning, because it is not the product of a regular procedure from the beginning. However, we do have a problem with environmental statement. We have serious violations of the environmental impact law. I'm not going into details about the procedures they have violated, but there are violations of procedures for the environment impact assessment, or the assessment has serious problems. It doesn't contain the necessary certifications. It doesn't come from the right experts. And there are no concrete assessments which should have been part of the environmental impact assessment. Well, an environment impact assessment is about the impact on a protected area, especially. That is the most important thing, especially in cases of EBA, KBI, emerald zones. It is necessary it is indispensable to do the so-called appropriate assessment, which was not even considered at all by the authorities. This is completely lacking. And in addition to all of this, if you if you go into the text of the contract, and this is not my competence as a lawyer, but we know that the environment impact assessment contains inaccuracies, serious scientific inaccuracies and facts, which of course the experts may explain better. But again, this is in essence a legal issue. The exploitation, permit is another issue, because that is issued even before the environmental impact assessment. And actually the exploitation permit should have been much clearer. It is approved, however, and it is approved in the absence of local regulatory plans. And there are many other elements lacking, actually, which we have listed clearly, actually, in our lawsuit. The lawsuit is more than 100 pages. So it's so many arguments against the construction of the airport. However, we are at a stage when the court hesitates to review the case. They are not even sure yet whether we have the right to object this or not, as if we were still in the 90s when the court should learn who has the right to object to such developments. Well, we have another issue we have addressed in this court case, and this is not directly about the environment, but indirectly. What you see here is a small bird, a relatively small bird. It has it has actually broken its nose. Its nose because of this crash with the airplanes. Well, based on the weight of the birds, these type of accidents might even be fatal. There are many studies which prove that. So in cases of certain weights of birds, the accidents might be fatal. And we also know that we have pelicans in the area which go from 7 to 15 kilograms, if I'm not wrong. So accidents, crashes between airplanes and pelicans would really be, fatal. Well, you might say, okay, what has security have to do with birds? Maybe we should have had another organization involved. Actually, we have a big problem here. We are aware of this risk. So the risk is there. Therefore, measures need to be taken by developers or public authorities to remove the large birds to avoid such accidents. That would be terrible for all parties involved. So the habitat there is at the risk of depopulation in order to avoid this plane accidents. This was the accident of a plane hitting a 5-kilogram bird. So this is not really, this is scientific. And this is also mentioned by the developers. Yes, there are accidents involving birds 5 kilos or even less, if it's 5 or 10 of them or 15. In the meantime, we have another problem with the decision 694 of the Council of Ministers. This is the second case. We have the reduction of the status of this protected area of this is the land strip to be used by for the construction of the airport, the green area that is removed from the protected area. Actually, those coordinates there, actually, the PPNEA assessment showed that the coordinates they have given in their plans do not correspond with the reality. we are presenting here what the coordinates according to the government, which is somewhere between Iran and Afghanistan, which shows how serious, you know, the whole process were. I mean, they have just done some, you know, tick the box assessments. They have not even bothered to, you know, to locate the right coordinates. So, well, technically speaking, you know, the airport is actually being built within the protected area. But anyway, this is going to be, you know, reviewed in court. Well, there are other, you know, violations regarding the reduction of the size of the protected area. I don't want to mention too many details, which might be a bit boring for you. But again, there is a lack of planning. The law on protected areas also requires specific plans to be developed and approved and reviewed actually every 5 years from the Ministry of Tourism, of Environment, sorry, which is not the case. So you can't change the borders of a protected area unless you have a plan, a detailed plan for areas of national importance, unless you have both local and national plan. And actually, usually such plans are intended to increase the protected areas, not reduce them, which is the case here. And, you know, and it's so many more, you know, acts which are violated because the process did not go through any, you know, appropriate assessments. And finally, and of course, the civil society organizations do have their legitimate right to object to these developments. They wanted to be part of the process. And it was 49 organizations, if I'm not wrong, and 4 professors of, you know, natural science. They were against the process from the very beginning, and before they even, you know, took a decision in the Council of Ministers and other decisions mentioned by Jerry earlier. So all of this is now in court, including all those decisions of Council of Ministers. Even in this case, they did not make the right assessment. They did all of these violations I mentioned earlier. So in both cases, it's serious violations of all those principles I already mentioned. So what do we expect from the process? Well, we know that the jurisprudence has developed. We know that there is also an interest by the Berne Convention in this case. So regardless of what happened in the court of first instance for one of the 2 cases, the court will have to answer all those questions. Regardless of how big or small the parties involved are, be it state authorities or civil society. So those violations will need to be addressed. There are questions that need to be answered. Well, it will just take us, you know, time, and we will have to be patient. The specialists keep saying that the worst, you know, the worst phase is when the airport is operational, and that is the spring. We are even considering asking for construction to be suspended. Actually, this salt areas are also involved. Even though it looks like construction is ongoing, what is important for us to know is that once we have scientifically proven that this is a serious and irreversible damage, we can always ask the court to suspend the constructions until, you know, the case is solved in court. We will also do the same regarding the borders of the protected area. So the prognosis is not bad, it's good. However, it takes action. Above all, it takes support. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the 2 organizations who initiated this, PPNEA and ours, but I would like to have support by a wider public, by other organizations, by other specialists, because as I said, the airport is just the first step. It's just the opening of this this dangerous dam, you know. After that, Narta may not even exist at all. So, and this is, of course, not a PPNEA case only. It is a case that involves us all. Therefore, I would ask all of you to support and to balance this interest in this case. Thank you.
Faleminderit, Dorian.
Thanks a lot, Dorian. Now, we were thinking of making the questions after all the 4 presentations. Dorian presented quite well the legal part, which of course requires time. I did not cue him to make it more concise because all of us must see this very important. Even somebody who has no sensitivity towards the environment must have maximum sensitivity when the laws, the domestic laws are violated. Even if the construction of airport would be the best thing in Albania, when it's in violation of the law, there must be a reaction by the ordinary people. The scientific arguments led to its announcement as protected area by Albanian and foreign scientists. And the next presentation relates to this, the importance of the ecosystem Vjosa-Narta for the migratory birds. Taulan Bino. Thank you, Yoni. We can start with the presentation. I am Taulant from the Ornithologic Association of Albania, AOS. We are one of the organizations that took legal action for the airport, sent it to court against the Council of Ministers and the airport project itself. And we are also conducting in parallel a campaign for the Narta fields to challenge 2 decisions of the Council of Ministers that reduce the surface area of protected wetlands and create a lot of negative effects in all the ecological network. And I underline protected wetlands. Now, we had the chance to speak 1 week ago in a forum about this case, and I will focus on the importance of Vjosa-Narta as a wetland ecosystem for the wintering water birds. And I will extend my discussion also to some other birds. Now, let me make those considerations that Jerry mentioned. The findings about the birds. Although the discussion today is focused in several directions, what is the common point is its importance for the birds, because it's more prominent in the national and international arena. And then I will focus on the wintering birds in Vjosa-Narta, particularly the water birds, for which the area is distinguished. And then I will make an analysis of the main categories of water birds and what is the trend of the water birds in Vjosa-Narta and the implications of nature conservation. Now, it was said that it is an important area for the birds and biodiversity with the borders. As you can see, it was announced as a protected area since 2003. So 30 years ago, it was recognized as an area of national importance for the biodiversity and the birds. And not only this, in 2008, by an evaluation of the Ministry of Environment back then, it was an area of the Emerald Network. In that study made by several experts, it was announced as a candidate area for the Emerald Network, same as some other areas. And the study took account of the variety and focused more on the birds. And to give you some facts about the birds, now let me tell you that in a checklist drafted for the birds present in Vjosa-Narta, we believe that are around 228 species of birds living there, or 2/3 of the birds living in Albania. So the wetlands are very important to the birds in our country. So let me tell you 5 species. In fact, there are 6 which have the endangered global status. vulnerable status. So you can see them. Most of them. There is an eagle, several ducks, and turtle, and some other birds. And we see 76 species pertain to Annex 1 to the Birds Directive, which means that these are species, at least according to the EU, must have a protected habitat. And this protected area habitat is precisely the Vjosa-Narta area. Why did I mention the EU? Because we place importance to the EU integration, and we always speak about joining the EU, and we cannot join the EU if we tread over or violate the legislation, particularly the environmental legislation, because it stands at the forefront of any legislation, and it is mandatory before we join the EU to be in line with the EU acquis. And unless we meet these obligations, this may become an obstacle to the Albania's integration to the EU, and not only Vjosa-Narta, but even other areas. There are also other figures. Some species go over 1% of the regional population, and this 1% is important to recognize and to announce the important areas. Flamingo, the people love it a lot. A very beautiful bird. It can reach up to 2% of the regional population. Sjebiza goes another species goes from 1.5 to 2.5, and then other big birds such as the Pelecanus crispus. It is 10 to 11 kilograms, and when it flies, it may cause damage in any flying object, and it comes to us not in small numbers, but in quite significant ones. And recently, their numbers are growing in Vjosa-Narta, at least from our observations. In some cases, there is a flock of more than 120 pelicans in this area, thus exceeding the regional percentages, not only in the regional flyway, but also at European level. Besides that, there is another species, which is called Pluvial squatarola. From the figures, winter figures, there are around 267 individuals from 93 to 2022, and at certain moments of its life, it goes beyond this 1% criterion of the regional population, and this means that it must be protected species precisely because of this, and as a possibility to announce the area, to declare the area Natura 2000 in the future. Now some figures about the wintering water birds. If we add up all the figures of the census of these birds done since '93, we can note that in the Vjosa-Narta area, we have at least 2 periods or 2 years when there is a maximum of birds, over 81,000 birds in '97, and around 80,000 or 79,000 in 2001. After this, the figures were not the same. Those were like really abundant winters in Albania, cold winters, and Divjaka Karavasta also marked the highest number. And then we see in many cities, the wintering water birds goes beyond the 20,000. And this is one of the criterion to declare it as Ansar area in the future. So the average is the one in red. So the average number is 19,738. So only just a bit short of 20,000, which can be, in fact, reached, this 20,000, if we consider Vjosa-Narta undetached, not separate from the Bishporo area. As the figures of Professor Ferdi confirmed, it accommodates more than 1,000 birds. So if Narta, Bishporo are counted together, it goes over 20,000, and this criterion is met besides the other criteria. Now let's look at the composition, the species. I've decided to divide, I have tried to divide them in several groups. I put the non-diving ducks, which are feed on the surface, and they account for the most massive category in this wetland ecosystem. And self-understandable because this is a shallow ecosystem, is quite suitable to this species. Then it's followed by Baiza group and the waders group, and then the gulls and the flamingo. The flamingo have an low average. This is an average of 25-30 years. So we have data for many years. And the flamingos started to appear in Albania by mid-90s in small flocks, but based on the conservation measures in the Mediterranean basin, they increased, and now Vjosa-Narta is the area with most biggest number of flamingos. This is the composition of the species. And probably I did not deal at length with the pelicans here, but even the pelicans have significant numbers. Now let's look at this, how the birds are distributed across the ecosystem. Based on figures from 93 to 2017, I was unable to go until 2022 because it required more analytical work. Sorry, because I jumped the slide. Now we see there is a distribution in various water and land bodies of the water birds. And the lagoon and the wasteland and the lagoon area accounts for 75% of the water birds. But we see also in the Acarnea area, it's often talked about this Acarnea. It's agricultural land and it's valueless, but it's valueless for the agriculture, whereas for the birds it has extraordinary value, as this figure shows. 1,270 is the average figure, so until 2007. But at certain moments, when I see the data of Acarnea, I was happy. We always are happy when we see a lot of birds. There were even cases over 30,000 or 5,000, 3,000 or 5,000 by these birds, particularly after flooding. So after flooding, it becomes an important place, not for the planes, but for the birds. So before the census started, in a dimmer night, in this ecosystem, after a big wind, the whole Acarnea area was filled with ducks. I'd never seen so many ducks in my life as back then, but we didn't have figures. So the Acarnea area has its own importance. And if we look at the figures in Acarnea, at some moments, we have high recorded figures showing that it is often used by the birds. And at certain areas of the year, it becomes an important wetland area for a part of birds who are specialized to some extent to grazing lands, such as Grijvilja or Lepwing, for the interpreters, Grijvilja in Albanian, or the golden plover. These are specialized in these terrains. So Acarnea has its own importance, albeit it may seem today like just a simple field. And sometimes it looks like we don't see a lot of birds there, but it hides the birds there. Now to wrap up my discussion, the Vjosa-Narta is an important area for the birds because this is confirmed by the figures. It meets a lot of criteria, and it may even meet the basic one criterion for Ramsar, important domestic wetland, because of over 20,000 birds in winter. So it is a very important area for the water birds. Vjosa-Narta is also one of the most important wetlands in Albania, the coastal wetlands. together with Divya Karavasta and Kunevain. So if we compare them in figures, it may have less birds than Divya Karavasta, but it has a variety, a very high variety of birds, which makes it a treasure. So it offers like accommodation for many birds and species. Besides that, if we talk about this area, this is an internationally important area that has been reduced by 5,600 hectares because of the airport and the hills. These very important parts for the birds, but the colleagues probably might cover that. So if this happens, all this decision is destructive to the protected area, to the biodiversity of Vjosa-Narta, but not only that, but also to the entire coastal ecological network and beyond, because it's in the pathway, migratory pathway over the Adriatic. And we believe that the airport and the master plan behind it and all the revision of the borders of the protected areas and allowing unsustainable activities in this area to happen will be at the heart of the destruction that is happening today, and that will affect and strongly destruct the future. Thanks. Thanks, Rauland. The census of wintering water birds is a science of civic people. Rauland has been coordinating this census since many years ago. Now there are several organizations involved and many simple citizens who join the effort and contribute to collecting these figures and arguments. And we hope in the next years to increase in numbers, and even by you in the room. In another study that brings living arguments why this area must be preserved is the nest raising birds. It is not so old, or let's say it's not so periodic, regular as the wintering census that dates back ago. That is a program given by Wetlands International, but the nesting birds have their studies in Vjosa-Narta in various years. And about this part, we are going to hear from Miriam Toby, who is the executive director at Birds of Albania, BOA. Hello, thanks, Yoni. Thanks to the organizers for organizing this very useful event. And thanks for the invitation to address you on the nesting birds and also the spring migratory birds that are at the protected landscape Vjosa-Narta. So I will speak about birds, and as you are aware, I will focus on the time of their biggest numbers. So they are divided into summering birds, and most of the cases they nest, and transitory birds. So they use our country only to transit from their nesting areas to the wintering areas and vice versa. 3, the wintering birds covered in detail by the colleague, and the so-called permanent birds that are found at any time in Albania, such as the So about the protection status of Vjosa-Narta, it was extensively covered, so I would not speak about it, but Vjosa-Narta is part of the national and international ecological networks, being a high value area. It's outside the network of the wetlands with international importance, so outside the Ramsar. But as mentioned, besides the criterion 1, the 20,000 birds, The area meets also other criteria, such as the criteria 5 and 6 that has to do with the thresholds of populations of certain species. Here I'm going to present to you the results of 2 studies made for the nesting birds at Vjosa-Narta in the nesting season 2016 and in 2020. As you can see, the study area includes the entire territory of the protected Vjosa-Narta landscape. Today it's Vjosa-Narta Protected Landscape. The methodology we used aimed to point out at the importance of various habitats which are found in that area. So we could not sample the entire area because it's around 20,000 hectares, but we chose several habitats that we sampled in depth. And based on these samples, we made an evaluation of the general total number of the nesting populations of various birds in that area. For example, just to get an idea how it worked, the various habitats of the protected landscape Vjosa-Narta were divided into categories. For example, agricultural land, forests, water environments, and then these categories were underdivided, so in subcategories. So the category agricultural land habitats, we divided them into semi-natural areas that mainly represent agricultural environments obtained from draining the swamp, used for some time during the centralized economy back then for agricultural purposes, and then they were abandoned, and now they have turned into in almost natural habitats, but nevertheless, in this case, we called them semi-natural habitats. Then agricultural surfaces that are cultivated with one-year plants or multi-year plants. So I will not go into explaining all the subcategories of the habitats because it will take much time, but just this example to give you an idea of the method we chose to measure the importance of each habitat. During these inventories, let's say, we recorded in the area a number of 153 species, 49 families, and 103. Probably it's too technical. Genera, 103. So the category that has more in number. It's the sparrow. Pelicans is third. Fourth is the predatory birds, and the others have 4 or less types, species of nesting birds. Non-nesting. Because this data includes also those transitory, as I told you, transitory birds during spring. So not nesting. Now the nesting status on the recorded species, we confirm this nesting status for 40 species, or 26% of the total species recorded in the area. The nesting status was assessed as possible breeders, so low probability possible breeders for the interpreters. 30 types with high nesting possibility, but without being able to confirm their nesting. And 57 species were classified as non-nesting species, but that used the area permanently throughout the year as flamingo, but without nesting. Although flamingo made attempts to nest several years, successive years, and species that use the area as environment to stop and feed during the migration period. So you all know that the birds go fly very long distances, and that takes them long migration times, and it's necessary for the birds to make stops in suitable habitats in order to find food, protection, and to rest in order to resume their migration. It's like us people. When we go on long trips, we have to stop, like in gas stations for gas and to eat something. So Vjosa-Narta is a very important environment for the transitory birds, and one of the most important on the Mediterranean, in fact. Now in figures, we managed to assess a minimum number of 1,589 breeding pairs, but their maximum number could reach even up to 3.3 thousand circa of breeding pairs of all types. As for the importance of this site, Vjosa-Narta, during the transitory period, particularly for the water birds, I wrote on this slide the figures of the census of one day. It was 7th of May, 2020, and we counted 10,647 individuals of various water birds which were present, were there on site. But if we consider here and make an assessment of the sparrows that use or rest Vjosa-Narta, the number would be tens of thousands. And those and other species, because on the 7th of May, if I go and find 10,000, on the 8th of May, I will find none, because the birds rested and went on with the migration. And on the 9th of May, I may find 7,000, 8,000. So if these figures are added up, but this requires an extended monitoring in time, which entails costs and things in order to make a more accurate evaluation. Now, some results that are needed, that must be presented for the nesting is the nesting of Scebiza, a type of bird, which has a nesting population of around 550 or up to 550 nesting pairs, and Vjosa-Narta is the place with the highest nesting population in Albania, or better say the only one site where they nest, but nevertheless this is discussable. The second is the little tern with around 400 nesting birds, and here Narta is the place with the highest nesting pairs, and the common tern with around 174 pairs, the Kernish plover up to 120, the Peninsula 77, the black wing skilled up to 70, the Calandra lark up to 200, and so Vjosa-Narta is the highest nesting pair in Albania, and this is in the so-called semi-natural habitats, the so-called, where the airport is being built. And last, the night jar, the last one, because we made an inventory also of the nesting of this species, and we found up to 60 nesting points, pairs. So some of these figures were already mentioned today, but I may read them. From 153 species recorded in the area, 142 are part of the Berne Convention, and most of them, 97, are listed under Annex 2. 32 types are part of the Annex 1 of the Emerald, etc. So to keep it short, you can see them listed on this slide of the presentation. Now, what is worth mentioning as a conclusion that underlines the importance of the area, and these figures are for the nesting birds, and not only, because here I mentioned the flamingo too, and also the pelican that does not nest in here. But Vjosa-Narta is one of the main areas that enables or keeps alive the colony of Divya Karavasta, together with the lake of Thana, which Professor Berti knows quite well because he inventories them every year. So as regards, so it reaches the 1%, this pledge, it reaches 1% of the common population of Southern Europe. Then is the colored, it reaches the 1% of the European population. In the case of the Pelicaneus crispus, it reaches 1.5%. So up to 220 individuals who flock before the nesting period on Vjosa-Narta. And the case of flamingo, almost in every day of the year, reaches the figure of 1% of the biogeographic population of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, where it's most commonly found. So thanks. Thank you, Miriam. We went a bit over the time. Now it's the time for questions. So anyone who has any questions, please do so. And thanks a lot to the panelists who were, I believe, quite clear. Anybody from the room, any questions? I am Raymond Kola. I am a journalist for the Voice of America in Albania. In recent years, I also am a photographer of wildlife. So just a short comment, besides the added values already mentioned here of the Vjosa-Narta landscape, I would like to say from my point of view that it is one of the most marveling areas for the photographers, not only because of the natural richness of birds and landscape, but also because of it's easy to make photos there, and the vicinity. It can give you to this natural beauty and richness of birds. I have not found such accessibility to come near. in any other place, at least from my experience as a photographer. Second, unfortunately, I noticed recently that in many of these marvelous areas are becoming prohibited areas. And I mean the area that was removed from the national park of Butrinti, and it's become an intensive construction area. And when the entrepreneurs come, they make them forbidden areas, restricted access areas, not only to the public, but even to the professionals. So my colleagues and me find it impossible to enter there, to go there, even for properly scientific purposes. And they even have to cope with threats by these companies. So this is another concern. And last, unfortunately, in all these meetings, we don't see here the government officials, the legitimate officials who must state their opinions too. So they must be present. I believe I know a lot of professionals who are voiced, who work in the public administration. And I believe they must be part of these things, of these events, because their missing voice is missing something very big. And we need to confront them, because sometimes we speak and those who have to listen are not there. Thanks, Raymond, for this remark, quite to the point. Yes, Aurora. Hello, Aurora Zulay from the WellPoint Environmental Organization in Shkodër, Albania. Let me thank all the panelists for their presentations in promoting the natural values of the Vjosa-Narta Protected Landscape. I want to address a question to the lawyer, Mr. Daniel Matlia. We understand that justice in Albania is not where it should be. So to make sure that any misdemeanor violation or environmental crime is punished. In the case of violation, breach of international conventions, I would like to know what are the penalties on the Albanian government. Now, as for the conventions, each convention has its own tools, mechanisms to sanction violations. For example, in the case of Bern, it asked the government to take certain concrete actions, measures. In fact, the violations of conventions have to do mostly with scandals of diplomatic nature that are assessed in the same way, in the same channels by these organisms themselves. Of course, that this indirectly damages Albania's interest in the whole integration path, but it does not have a concrete consequence on those persons that may be the responsible ones, the culprits ones, But if it's proven that the damage, that the habitat is damaged, it construes a criminal offense. According to our legislation, we have it in the criminal code. And in this case, we see that there are illegal constructions. Why? Because they started constructing without having a legal permit, a construction permit. So there is this indicia of criminal offense. So these are the responsibilities between the government and the conventions and the individual towards the government, the state. So this is, the government may take like the sanctions in this position of being a family, of international family. So the Berna decisions sometimes are not binding, obligatory of the International Committee and Berna, but if there is a repetition, then it means that de facto Albania is denouncing these conventions and whether it will have its standing in the European family. So this is like, this is the consequence. So there is no direct consequence on a concrete person. It's just in the image. But none of the Albanian institutions has interest to create such disruption with the conventions? So sorry, but this will be the last question. Any questions from Zoom? So since we are a bit over time, so please, the last two questions. Hello, in the July, I am tourist operator Aguila Travel. I have two questions, not one. One for the organizations and one for the lawyer. For the organizations, the government is making this propaganda that we need the airport. And okay, really, because they bring development and employment. What propaganda have the organization thought for the airport not to be constructed? Second, to operate an airport, there is needed a certificate, security certificate from IATA, this is the International Air Transport Organization. You as a lawyer, have you ever thought somehow to contact this IATA and to present the facts to it that this airport is not safe? Because even the legal side is quite important. For the organizations, I may respond and the colleagues may add, or so anybody from the room. From the start, it was explained in the morning, and the lawyer explained too, we never said, don't build airports in this country. And our propaganda is the same, not to be done in that area. So yeah, the propaganda the government uses is let's preserve, let's conserve nature, protected areas, and we underline this, and we stress this, and we say such works must not be done in breach of the law, as explained, when there are alternatives, there are options. It's not that there is no other chance, no other possibility to build it. There are options. There are 3 other alternatives. So our propaganda has always been change the place, shift the construction place, and let's preserve the natural values that the government themselves brag about. Now, as for the case you raised, we have thought about it, in fact, and we are exploring the possibilities about this because it's quite interesting. Of course, it's something that has to do with the security of airports. For an international airport to operate as such must obtain the required certification. The Albanian government made the application, it's pending, and we are thinking how we can refer information to this body, IATA, but let's keep it in consideration that the documentation sent there contains these risks. It's not that IATA is not aware of the bird strike or bird collision. They are aware of this. So we are exploring our action, but it's not that we have this much power to influence this body. It's not that they keep proceedings and they give the opportunity to the parties to speak. They decide themselves, and of course decide based on the information documentation they have. So what we can do is to give them our information, and of course we will do that. Of course, what is missing. So as Dorian mentioned, the implications about the EU in his response to Aurora's question, let me note that after lunch, we will have from the representatives of Deborah Life, we will have an important presentation. EU has drafted a law that is a game changer in terms of nature conservation. It is not passed yet, but it will be passed soon. So it has to do with the obligation to oblige the member states to restore important natural sites. And the preservations of these we already have. And so someday when we join this EU family, it will be easier, and we will have to make less investments to restore it, because we already would preserve it as it is. Now, this is the moment for the coffee break. So since we went a bit over, so please, only 10 minutes, a short break, and we come back for the other presentations. So hello on my side. I hope you had a short rest, and we are trying to manage time. I am Claudia Kochi, and I am part of the PPNEA team, and have the pleasure to moderate the second panel. In the first panel, you had the possibility to listen to several presentations on studies about birds present in the area, the importance of the area in the context of various conventions, and you got an update about the legal action, a battle that started some time ago and now is underway. In the second panel, which started before the before the lunch break, consists of representatives from civil society organizations, researchers from the University of Tirana or the Flora and Fauna Research Center. We have researchers from other countries, not only Albania, so this is a composite panel. We have a representative from the EU delegation in Tirana who will address under this part of the agenda. So without further ado, during the day, we will go towards the concept of advocacy in nature issues. Now, I will address Eco-Albania representative Olsi Nika. Eco-Albania has advocated for Vjosa, and Mr. Nika is going to update us on some implications of an airport within a protected area. The floor is yours. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, PPNEA, for making us part of this discussion panel. This is not the first time. And I'm glad that the intensity of the discussions on this matter and nature protection matters is growing. I'm happy that many environmental matters have gone to court, and I regret, as Dorian mentioned, we went back long in time about this legal standing, legitimation. So this shows the relevance of this topic as a hot topic and requires the engagement not only of the civil society, but also the academia, and of course requires a comprehensive civic engagement in order to protect that extraordinary part of our natural legacy. Here I am to speak about the implications that the Vjosa Airport will have on Albania in general and the protected area in particular, without dwelling at length about the extraordinary values, because these were already mentioned by the colleagues before, the biodiversity values, particularly of the water birds and other aesthetical values, and as a continuity of an entire ecosystem that starts from the Pindus mountain in Greece. Both issues are interconnected, of course, and in fact, probably there are no two issues. There is only one, an entire ecosystem of Vjosa River, as mentioned by Madame Spangenberg at the outset of this discussion, this conference. The Vjosa issue has started as a local issue and then spanned, including a bigger community. Despite the engagement of the Albanian government, I would not consider this a proper victory. It's like a Pyrrhus victory, so valueless, as long as what is being under threat is an ecosystem, or one of the most important part of this ecosystem. And this threat comes not only from the construction of an airport, and the construction works have already started, and probably we are in disadvantage with time, against time, to stop this destructive force, but also the support infrastructure of the airport. So there are several projects underway: airport, access roads, and others. As Matlia colleague mentioned, it's like urbanization or golemization. Golem is a part of Turas that was heavily urbanized. So urbanization or golemization. Nevertheless, I think we are still on time, and this is where I want to start my presentation. There are two phases of the expected implications this project will have. The first phase is what is happening now, the construction phase, which, in contrast to other development projects, such as for the HPPs, the biggest impact and irreversible impact is precisely in the operation phase, not in the construction phase. Of course, the construction phase has its own effects on disturbing the birds, on pollution, air pollution localized there. Jerry mentioned there because of the and there is a implication on the fragmentation of the habitats. That is the blueprint, not only of the construction of the airport, as I said, but even the access roads that are being built now. Then the operation phase is the one that really, all those figures that we saw about the wintering and nesting birds and the migration routes and so on, these would lead eventually to the end, to the downfall of this natural paradise. We are clear that flamingos, pelicans, and planes cannot fly on the same place. Of course, there's going to be clashes, collisions, and even fatal ones. In this lens, this is one of the main effects, that is this ecological disintegration of the entire protected area. And the way this disintegration is done to bypass or overlook the legal part is that famous process of what? Removing something from the protected areas, but you cannot remove something from the protected area which is surrounded by the protected area, because it is absurd. And besides removing that, what you do, you build there an entire activity that extends its activity, that affects entirely the protected area and beyond its borders even. So in this view, this is an implication. The implication is that it disintegrates the entire ecological integrity of the area. Second, of course, it will trigger, we presume, it will have implications also on the local communities, particularly those that are at the vicinity. One of the most immediate effects or phenomena, always in the operation phase, are the noises, visual pollution of light, and the environmental impact assessment circumvented or treated superficially. That is, the added climate change effects. You know, the airports are one of the activities with the highest contribution in climate change. Because it's not only the planes, in fact, but it's the entire auxiliary or support infrastructure, the cars, the firefighting trucks, which burn fuel. And besides that, it's also the pollution, contamination of the land, of the waters, because of the fuel waste that go into the land and the underground waters, and of course, eventually they end up in Vjosa River. We had to sign the lawsuits. The lady said, "Oh, this is good news that you signed the lawsuits." So this is an implication. So this implication not only on the area, but also on Albania in terms of respecting international law, in respecting international conventions and treaties, as long as the area is not only treated under our domestic law legislation, but it's also recognized by several international conventions. But nevertheless, I will not dwell on that because it was underlined. Mr. Patsara may say later that this might have a bearing on Albania's efforts to join the EU, as long as many of the species or habitats that are put directly under threat by the construction of this airport fall under the scope of the EU directives, which we have the obligation to comply with. And last, to connect this to the start, the construction of our airport, the entire construction project or this mega urbanization plan will have for sure an implication on the park that is expected to be announced, declared as national park. This is a very short distance between these two protected areas, which in ecological terms or ecological natural delimitation, there is no clear delineation. It's the same complex. It's the wetland complex that creates a dynamic river in its last kilometers. And there is a multitude of communication of underground waters and other channels, and the effects of flooding that are quite frequent in that area. And this added up to the contamination caused by the airport can be transferred to Vjosa River. And then all these concerns, disturbances to the flora and fauna that the Vjosa River ecosystem bears. And this is the reason why the government has decided to declare it a national park. This meaning I cannot but put an equal mark of the damage that was done to the damage in the central area by the HPPs, and the same equal damage will be caused to the end part of the river, its delta. Both have irreversible effects on the ecosystem and disintegrate the ecological integrity of the ecosystem. And the effects will be bigger, expected to be bigger in the wetland area because the wetland systems are the ones that have established very delicate balances, ecological balances that can be spoiled, that can be disrupted by even minor interferences, let alone by such major interference as the airport. Now, if you allow me to move on to the next part, since Claudia mentioned the element of advocacy, of course, the two organizations, PPNEA and OUS, are at the forefront of this battle to challenge, to oppose to the construction of the airport in Vlora. And here we have the contribution and the readiness to help. We have the solidarity, but also the union of strength of forces of arms of all the organizations operating in the environmental sector, because the Vjosa airport, somebody calls it the Narta Vlora airport, cannot be seen detached from the entire process and like canny and mischievous process of revising these protected areas. And one of the hot potatoes was the Vjosa airport. For this, I know that the civil society organizations have coordinated their efforts to object to a decision making that we have considered wrong from the start over 2 years ago, and the advocacy efforts for sure will keep on. It may take time, and we've known this under our skin. If we start legal action today, it is not a sprint race, but a marathon that will take long. But nevertheless, the court early or later will give a response to what we have raised in the lawsuit. So my message today is that we must start expanding our influence, not only inside this our bubble, this span of ours that includes us, NGOs, donors, but we must reach out to the citizens, not only to the local communities, because this is a national or European natural heritage. We must reach out to any citizen and explain that it would be for them appropriate to join a battle in the preservation of a national natural heritage. Thanks. Thanks, Olsi. Let me re-underline two important messages that started to be transmitted, spoken out since the first panel, and Olsi said it quite well. All of us must go out of this room with the idea and with the understanding that Vjosa River protection cannot be seen detached from the protection of its delta. So handling these two issues as two separate issues is done, in fact, by the legal experts only for legal reasons, but the preservation must be seen in one single complex. Let's go on with the presentations. I invite Madame Ermelinda Mahmoude, who is a researcher at the Tirana University, who has been quite engaged in the Vjosa-Narta part and the ecological complex that we call Vjosa-Narta Bishporo, to speak about the Natura 2000 habitat, which is an important network at international and European level, and a process that we are trying to adhere to. Ermelinda, the floor is yours. Thank you, Claudia. Hello to all of you. Technically, I need to be in front of a computer in order to move on in synchronization with my presentation. So please, I would kindly ask for a laptop. Nevertheless, but the presentation will be projected.
Fania.
Sorry, just a minute. So once again, and sorry for speaking from this corner, but I am one of those people who likes to interact with the presentation. This presentation is the outcome of a group of researchers of the Faculty of Natural Sciences and PPNEA with the funds of the European Union to revise and propose the borders, the limitations of the Vjosa-Bushbara area as an integrated complex in order to be adhered to the Natura 2000. Why was this chosen? During a project, again, financed by the EU, Natural, it was piloted the capacity building at national level to start the process of identification and determination of Natura 2000 sites. From this 4-year project came out 48 potential sites that need proper verification. One of these 48 sites was this one. And after discussions, we came up with some important findings. Although all of us are lovers of nature, let me make this logical connection between Natura 2000 and Albania. What is the methodology we use to determine the borders of the proposed site? Basically, this presentation does not aim to introduce to you the values of NARTA, because all of us are aware, or at least all of us here, but to show why these are important and how they fare vis-a-vis threats and in the integration and conservation process. When we talk about the Natura 2000, it is quite often used in Albania. It's a network of sites that accommodate host species that are important for biodiversity, not only for the present, but also for the future. Now, why did the need come up? Because we need to ensure their long-standing survival, particularly those that are under strong threat. The legal basis underlying this system is the Birds Directive and Habitats Director, when they became together in '92, created the network. Now, how a Natura 2000 site is determined, it's much more difficult than said. The purpose of the area. It is guided by these two directors, and this is a process that relies on strict and scientific criteria. So there is no room there is not much room of appreciation or margin of maneuvering, but only scientific arguments. Based on these two directives, birds and habitats, the researchers working on that propose the sites that are important to the community. And so this is the scheme that we follow. We are the red square. No, sorry, we are on top here. We are still transposing the birds and habitats directives, but nevertheless, in parallel, we are working on determining the so-called community interest area sites, or the Natura 2000, in order to propose them to the European community once we hand over the dossier. After that, it undergoes an evaluation process until Natura 2000 is approved in Albania. So this is a process that is not approved by the Albanian government. It only proposes it. This is very important. Then the proposal is screened and approved at the level of the European Commission. Now, how these two proposals are linked, coming from both directives. They can be separate areas, they can be adjacent areas, they can be overlapping areas. One can be bigger, the other smaller. So this is a process that requires very high participation of the public, stakeholders, institutions, and it is a process that needs accurate scientific data. Now, how did we start this? In our study, this is the study area. We decided to join both protected areas, Bishporo and the protected landscape Vjosa-Narta into a single area, looking at their ecological and natural borders. We have extended it up to the channel of Ojara by considering the channel as a natural separation, although there was a lot of debate that it could be joined to the Divjaka Karavasta Park, but nevertheless there are several arguments pro and cons, and probably this is not the place to discuss. And we went on south to the Soda forest. So we expanded and went a bit beyond the protected areas. Now, for the habitats, our group consists of botanists and zoologists. So I will speak about this. The on-site expeditions to collect data took place through sociological relevations with ecological and taxonomic scorecards, and the data were geo-referenced, and this is very important. From the map, I will indicate you why it's important. Practically, for the data, for the data processing, the botanists have their own specific software that makes statistical, ecological, and taxonomic processing in order to extract all the elements we worked on. After we made the entire analysis of the plans to identify the habitats, we used the EU manual and built the maps on ArcGIS. This is the plantation map. This means it's all the plant groups in the area inside the study area. It's 43 natural and non-natural, endemic and non-endemic, including the agricultural land. If we convert these into Natura 2000 habitats, we would have 18 Natura 2000 habitats, and it's 35% of the habitats that are potential, and 5% are priority habitats. What does it mean? They are noted, marked by asterisks, and at European level are the habitats that have the highest interest of preservation because they shall accommodate species that have a higher threat pressure. So this requires complex work to identify and to do the mapping of the European this richnesses in the study area, but this aim was not only to map the plantation and the species of birds, the species which are threatened or not. Our aim is also how are we going to delineate, how to going to draw the borders, that where it's a clash of interest, both at local and central level. So in our study method, we added another step. Oh, sorry, I skipped. If you see here this spot, blue spot, the blue spot is the blueprint of the airport. It falls precisely in the composition of two habitats, one of them which is a priority habitat. Now, what we did, after we processed the list of plants, identified the habitats and did the mapping, we worked on their values, the values of the plant species and groups or clusters. It's a bit difficult to explain, but nevertheless, I took the example of plantation. What does it mean, plantation values? All the plant species or clusters that we identified, we gave them a number or a numeric value. Why is this important? Because when we say it's endangered species and it has protection value and it's vulnerable, and this is understandable when we talk about it amongst us, but it's very difficult to be put on a map. So all these we represented them in numeric values in order to allow us for statistical data and to be represented on map visually. So if we take these and we put them on 1 to 1 kilometer legend, we see that the colored areas are the areas where the plant clusters in North Vjosa area are in their highest natural condition. Mainly, this is the coastal lagoon area mostly and less hilly area. Now, from the list of threats, we identify the main threats in the area. For example, for the plants, we got illegal cutting of forests, and we see which areas are much more threatened by this risk factor. This is the mapping in the future, in order to preserve Vjosa-Narta against illegal clearing, we must focus on the red areas. So practically, we work not only on identification, but also on determining where efforts can be concentrated more effective by human management and more efficiently. So we identified the plants, the birds, the mammals, reptiles, amphibians. If these are species found in Vjosa-Narta and have high interest to the European community and are distributed as such, then the value mapping for the area would have this color, whereas the area in the north or south need more intervention, for example, the cleaning of beaches. If we take the map of values for the birds, you will see the whole Vjosa-Narta area is colored. This means that it has potentially high importance to the bird clusters, and we include it in the algorithm by considering the airport as a threat factor. You see, the map does not change. What does this mean? This means that with the construction of the airport, all types of birds there are under threat without any distinction. Now, what is our proposal? These are our proposed borders for Vjosa-Narta to join Bishporo, Hoxha channel to continue as an ecological habitat, and we left this tail here of Soda River because we see that the tendency for construction resorts, tourist resorts, complexes are higher here. So this was the initial part area. We did not move much away from it except for the tail at the bottom. Now, in our proposal, according to the Habitat and Birds Directive, both these are overlapping these two areas that were joined. So it is very difficult to me to explain a very complex process of how this mapping takes place, and I try to be as simple as possible in order to be absorbed by the audience. I hope I was clear, so I'm open to any questions. And for me, what is important is for the process to be understood. If we are here and fight for the protection of protected areas, in parallel, we are like combating, making effort to join the EU, and Natura 2000 as a network is very important and requires the same attention and commitment by the Albanian government, same as any other element of the EU accession process. And precisely to say what is happening on Natura 2000 and the position of the Albanian government in this process, I have extracted from a scientific article which says that Natura 2000 solutions for Eastern Europe, Natura 2000 a solution for Eastern Europe or just a good start? I have extracted this article and I want to quote only 3 elements. According to this article, one of the conclusions is that the EU directives are unable to replace fully the domestic legislation, and mainly the national parks must be protected under domestic legislation. The state is the main responsible actor to protect the Natura 2000 areas and protected areas. The EU can support the countries only in their efforts to delimitate the areas and to warn them against violating the rules. These are not instructions. These are lessons learned by from the eastern countries of Europe. Natura 2000 was created by persons who have gone through many years of democracy, and it is against this trend of enriching at any quickly. So there must be compliance with both directives, and subsidies must be subject to respect for obligations of natural preservation of the EU acquis. EU funds, spending of EU funds must be monitored not only by the domestic authorities, but also by the EU. So this is a lesson learned from other countries, and I found this applied to other countries quite as well. Environmental education of the public is very important in the proper implementation of Natura 2000. More importance must be paid to environmental education, particularly in post-communist countries, and particularly the emphasis must be on educational institutions. In the Czech Ministry of Environment, the budget for education or information, it was reduced after drastic changes in 2011. Only education can ensure that the next generation in these countries will have the proper knowledge for nature preservation. So these three quotes, I did not extract them just to discourage you or to demoralize you and say that we are not ready and we are unable to do it, but just to say that this is a path that many others have gone. And these problems were coped with before us. So it's better when you have somebody, when you have some examples for us to work and not repeat the same mistakes. And I think these points are important to be addressed in any communication we take on. Thanks. Thanks a lot, Ermelinda, for this quite informing presentation. Let me remind you that after all the presentations, we will have the chance to address questions or to discuss together about all the information that is shared. The presentation held by Ermelinda or the work of the expert group can be accessed through PPNEA. Now, let's move on to another dimension of this case, and it's about the effects, the flooding effects. The area has witnessed floods in the past, and this threat still exists. One of our representatives in the panel, Mr. Emanuela Ingrasa, who is a researcher at the Trento University, has been present in the area and made several researches together with a group of researchers, and he's going to present the findings of that effort to serve more to this cause, and we want to thank him for making this possible to the public, for disclosing it. The floor is yours.
Okay, as in the case of Ermelinda, I would like to present from the side in order to be. Okay. Okay, I am Emanuele. I'm a researcher, I'm a coastal and maritime engineer, and I'm glad to be here. I would like to thank you, to the NGO, to PPNEA, and all about you to keep alive these arguments. I did this work under the project called Natura Albania, that is founded by AICS, Agenzia Italiana Cooperazione e Sviluppo, that is promoting the the knowledge of the natural capital in Albania. The partners involved are several, both from Italy and from Albania, as the different NGOs, different university, as the University of Trento and the University of Tirana. The most important contribution is on the valorization of the sustainable development of the natural capital here. It's also an object of this project is also to contribute for the improvement of not only quantity but also quality of tourism attraction. Natural Albania is doing not only not only a sub-project in the Narta Lagoon, but also in different other areas. My work is focused in the area of the Vjosa River Delta. I considered this area not like a separated area, but the Vjosa River Delta and the Narta Lagoon as unique environments. My objective was to improve the knowledge on the area and in order to help the decision maker to take a proper decision. I developed a historical data set. I also conducted field works here, and also I developed a numerical model to understand and estimate the longshore sediment transport that reshape the coast. So, as a specific goals, my objective was to understand the morphodynamics that is the main force, the main power that are that characterize the area. And as I said, yes, to try to quantify the longshore sediment transport. I used the satellite images. I was supported also by the Faculteti Geologiche of the University of Tirana, and now I'm going to present all the outputs. Okay, starting from the beginning. The south of Albania is characterized by important change in terms of coastlines. As we can see from this GIF, the Vjosa River is reshaped the old delta in that area after a certain point. In fact, we can see that during the summer of the 1998, the outlet point of the Vjosa River changed their position. So the direction of the sediment transported by the rivers is changed, and this reshaped all the delta. Vjosa River is one of the last rivers in Europe, as said by Schimmer, and is also characterized by a huge sediment transport, as we will see later. Using satellite images, it was possible to understand and localize the most important change in the Vjosa Delta. And as we can see, in the north part of the delta, in the south one, that one close to the Narta Lagoon, it has been recorded a huge accretion phenomenon. In the same way, even the erosion phenomenon was identified in the center part of the delta. Once localized this kind of these places where accretion is occurring, I had the possibility, with the help of the NGO Celim that is operating in Vlora, to have a sampling campaign in order to characterize the sediments that are transported in the past by the waves, so by the longshore sediment transport. In order to also to estimate the movement and the accretion rate and the erosion rate, I drew different transects, two in the north part, two in the south one, and one in the center, to understand and to have an idea about how much this shore is changing and how much this area is flexible. Okay. So starting from the transect 1, we can see that in the period of analysis, starting from the 88, it was possible to have, to identify a creation rate of almost 8 meters per year, with a gain of 250 meter in terms of beach width. Quite the same, even worse, is for the Transit 2, that he recorded 9 meters per year, gaining up 300 meters in beach width. Talking about the south part, that one close to the Narta Lagoon and close to the connection channel between the Narta Lagoon and the coastal area, the Transit 3 recorded around 7 meters per year, and even the Transit 6, the Transit 5 recorded 6 meters per year. Talking about the erosion phenomenon in the center of the delta, here was possible to find erosion rate that is more than 8 meters per year. It means that if we go there and we put a flag, in 1 year, probably that flag will be 10 meters on the water. Okay, so here I reported as a summary this table that shows the rates of accretion and erosion linked to the grain size diameter. After the granulometric analysis, we can say that the characteristic sediments of that area is a fine sand that has different properties in terms of longshore sediment transport. With the help of the University of Genoa, it was possible to identify the sea state and the offshore condition that is characterized by this part of the South Adriatic. In fact, we had reanalysis points that gives me a lot of information in terms of wave height, period, and wave direction in the offshore region. It was possible to characterize the climate or the sea climate in that area, finding the predominant waves that comes from the south. And these, as we can see, plays a huge role in terms of deposition and in terms of erosion. I go a bit fast in this part because it's more technical, but I developed also a site-specific numerical model that reproduce the force that waves can, the force that waves has, and how these can reshape the delta. In fact, my model simulated the shoaling effects, that is, that effects that everybody knows as the waves is coming from the shore, the crest increase their steepness until the instability and finally breaks. And also the shoaling phenomenon, that is that phenomenon the waves has, and for those they try to go parallel to the river. When the waves arrives with an angle and not parallel to the river, the longshore sediment transport is activated in terms of power. So with these values, I also calculated with 3 different formulas, the longshore sediment transports. These formulas are the most used in literature. I reported also here some cases to demonstrate and to show the power of the longshore sediment transport. In fact, we can see that all the formulas produce an important increasing and a clear increasing in terms of accretion. Even in the Transit 3, that is that one in the south of the delta, close to the Narta Lagoon. Here, the accretion rate, the accretion trend is more clear and could represent a higher risk to the lagoon. Finally, the Transit 4, that one located in the erosion area, is recording a clear erosion trend. As I said, the longshore sediment transport can transport all the grains, all the sand that are located in the shore, and the worst value that was found is like 666 kilotons per year in average. As found Hoyer in her study of 2019, the Vjosa can easily transport more than 3,000 kilotons per year. So it means that the sediments transported by the fluvial sediment transported will be higher and higher than the longshore sediment transport. This means that the fluvial sediment play a key role in the evolution of the Vjosa River Delta. Using also this kind of data, it was possible to try to identify a buffer zone where the coastal flooding can occur. So I calculated also the run-up, that is the maximum height that the waves can has when they approach to the coast. And here is possible to find a buffer zone, as I said, where this kind of floods can be occur. It's not where they probably occur, but is where they can do it. This value, to calculate this value, I used also a digital terrain model provided by University Polytechnique. That was a digital terrain model with a resolution of 10 meters. Using also the value of the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, we also focused our studies on the probably permanent flooded area following the worst case scenario of the IPCC report that represent a sea level rise that can be from 0.6 to 1 meter. Looking these maps that I did with my digital terrain model is clearly how this kind of delta is under pressure, not only by the human's decision, but from the nature itself. So already now this party is in kind of a risk because there is different activities there. But yes, if the human decision can make the worst this scenario even worse. And also I calculated the area that could be permanent flooded in this part. So in general, with this analysis, was possible to identify not only the location, but also the ratio between the sediment transported by waves and by rivers, and so the risk connected to Narta Lagoon. It was possible also to estimate the flooded area in the region caused by the sea level rise that probably will occur in 100 years. This work was ended last year, so different follow-ups can be improved as to find the more detailed digital terrain model. Natural Albania is the project that funded this work is still ongoing, and I reported here 2 QR codes that everybody from the room or even from the Zoom meeting can scan in order to find the interactive maps of the Vjosa Delta with all my results, and the HydroVjosa webpage. That is the webpage that collects all the information about the Delta and the river Vjosa. Thanks for your attention. Following Derek.
Thanks a lot, Emanuele, for your presentation. Again, very informing one. So without further ado, let me invite Mr. Edwin Pazzara, who is the Environment and Energy Officer on Climate Change at the EU delegation in Albania, in Tirana. Mr. Edwin will speak a bit about Chapter 27 of the UAC and various progress reports, which in fact the European Commission has spoken clearly for many years, particularly in the last year. It had a very clear stance about the airport. Edwin, the floor is yours. Thank you, Claudia. As you know, the environmental sector is crucial to Albania's integration to EU. Chapter 27 is the biggest, the longest, and the most costable chapter of the EU acquis communautaire. Why the biggest? And why the most costly? Because for the environment, you must start now, or you should have started 10 years ago in order for you to see the fruits, to see the results many years later. Also, in terms of volume of legislation, this chapter has around 75, because it's always changing, directives, regulations, pieces of legislation that must be approximated by the aspiring member countries, and even by the member states. They have to align with that. For Albania, this becomes even more difficult because the costs are very high, not only financial costs, but also in the cultural change. We must have a change of culture, mindset of all Albania in order to be on the same page with the European directives, and not only, and also the EU Green Agenda and the EU Green Agenda for the Balkans that the Albania has signed and ratified. So even as a non-EU member country, we have obligations that we must satisfy even from now. This change must take place not only for the public administration, but in the entire country, because who goes in the EU? Not the government, not the administration only, but the entire population, including the civil society, academia, and even the ordinary citizens of our country. In this chapter, probably you are used to being talked much about water and waste because it is where most of the investments go. But these are in fact also the simplest to solve, because polluted waters, technically you can build a wastewater treatment plant and it's okay. Whereas the environment for biodiversity, the topic we are here today, I think it is the biggest, the most difficult part, because if you put a species under the picture, outside the picture, you cannot buy it or restore it. On the other hand, the EU gives Albania a unique framework or a guideline, the best in the world. I'm not saying it's the most ideal, but it's the best compared to other countries. As I said, this is a big challenge, but the EU has helped a lot Albania over these last 10 years and more. And now big emphasis is put on the environmental acquis, considering the new programs approved. They are still under the process of signing. And let me tell them in English: EU for Nature. EU for Nature, it will support the protected areas. EU for Circular Economy. From the title, it entails support to circular economy. EU for Water. This is a continuation of investments in the water sector, because according to the water directive, there must not be contaminated areas discharging in the environment. And other programs, the future program that is being drafted is the EU for Forests. One of the areas that has over 30 areas that has no development in our country. So the EU's commitment to preserve the biodiversity of this continent relies on a factual truth that the benefits of protecting the ecosystems exceed several times the costs of their degradation. So, I mean, it's more costly to destroy an ecosystem rather than to preserve it. In contrast, unlike what some people might say, the degradation of ecosystems and services they provide to humans will create very big challenges, particularly to the local, to the rural communities and low-income communities. So sustainable development of the ecosystems and the socioeconomic development are really much intertwined. The environmental protection is not just protecting, preserving the species, but also preserving the main species, the humans, and the economy, the economic development. As I mentioned, the birds and directive and the habitats directive and the Natura 2000 standards that Emeline explained quite well, so I'm skipping this, are the most difficult part for our country. Natura 2000 network has higher standards and preserves habitats and species that are endangered. But this does not mean that the habitats and birds directive must not be implemented, must not be complied with even outside these Natura 2000 sites. So even other sites that are protected under domestic legislation must meet the standards under the directive, the Habitats Directive. So Melina explained the list, but let me focus on the EU, on the integration part. The network of sites of Natura 2000 must be ready and meet the standards before the country becomes an EU member. So there is no transitory period for this network. It's not like the waste. With the waste, it suffices for you to have to start the investments now, and you can meet the standards even 2 or 3 years after you join the EU and become a member. Whereas for the Natura 2000 network, you must be ready. We have the example of Croatia, which is a Balkan country, and one of the last countries that joined the EU. And the fulfillment of the standards for the Natura 2000 network in that country had a very high cost and did prolong the EU integration process. But what have we noted from the last enlargements of the EU is that when civil society engaged or was involved in the integration process from the start, it was accelerated. Those who did not involve the civil society encountered many difficulties in the integration process. So I'm not going into on the changing of borders of protected areas because it's a lengthy matter and we have talked a lot about it in the previous meetings. As you noted in the annual progress report, it says that it's good that Albania enlarges the protected areas, but this happened in mountainous areas, in fact, and were reduced in the coastal areas. The integration process under Chapter 27 this year will start in this March. Our country will receive the explanations from the European Commission, what it has to comply with, because in the meantime, the legislation has advanced. And by late June this year, our country must present to the European Commission how or what are its plans to meet the new obligations, or will present what was the progress in the implementation of the directives. Therefore, in this process, the role of NGOs is crucial, essential. So please, you expect to have more work and more contribution in the integration process, because, and Melinda just mentioned, the European Commission is not that gendarmeria that is going to impose on the countries to do this and that. It's Albania that is applying to become part of the European Union family. It must meet the directives, and even when it becomes an EU member, it's not that the obligations stop there. There are many cases where the European Commission opens violation procedures for countries that have breached the directives. So this is an ongoing, never stopping effort. Vjosa is just an example, but the European Commission looks at the compliance with directive across all the country, and not only in Vjosa or in the case of the airport. We have underlined even in our progress report that it is concerning that this is the quality of environmental impact assessments. The quality is not what it should be. As you mentioned, sometimes they do not involve the civil society, and in many cases we don't see the strategic assessment, the environmental strategic or socio-economic strategic assessment. For the airport, this should have been done. The example of Vjosa that is going to be declared national park, this is a good example, but also put it quite well, that it must not be seen just as a river, but we must see it together uniquely with the Delta too. The launch of negotiations is not just a challenge for US NGOs, civil society, but it is also a very good opportunity for you to contribute in our country's European integration and to engage more for you, because there is going to be even more opportunities, big opportunities for you to engage. Thanks.
Edwin.
Thanks, Edwin. In fact, now we have some minutes to discuss together with the key speakers of this panel. We have Melinda still here. I knew you were here, but I know that you are still engaged with signing lawsuits in this dynamic situation. So please feel free to address questions, comments, or impressions about the about the presentations that were delivered during this session. So just as a reminder, we started with Olsi about the implications of the airport on the Vjosa River as an integrated part. Then we moved on to Emerlinda, who told us about the Natura 2000 habitats in the proposed site Vjosa-Bisporo United. Then we had a discussion about the effects of flooding in Vjosa-Narta Protected. So there was coastal evaluation, Vjosa River outlet by Mr. Emanuele. And then we closed with Mr. Edwin Pazzar, who spoke about the environmental and climate change. I'll start with Aurora. Thanks again. There is no need for introduction. I already did in the first session. I have a direct question to Mr. Edwin Pazzara, since he is the representative of the EU delegation. With the amendment of the law on protected areas, you as a delegation, have you made a criticizing report for the government for changing this legislation? Because many protected areas were affected in reducing, in fact, their surface area. So did you have any criticism? No law, meaning the change of borders, delineation, yes. delineation revised to the detriment of nature. The decision of Council of Ministers, yes. This is a long process, and many of the NGOs here were quite engaged and quite interactive with us. We were, in fact, engaged since 2019, if I recall correctly. Yes, all the time we were engaged. And let me thank the NGOs, because otherwise probably we would be late in the reaction, and the NGOs were the ones who warned us, and we kept in contact all the time. So our stance is in the reports. In these 3 years, this issue bears a big part in the report. You know, in the reports you cannot include everything. It is limited in letters, how much information you can insert there. So since there is so much description there of this case, this shows the importance that we attach to that. My question is for Emanuele. Let me make this in Albanian. From the last maps you presented, I don't know if I got it right or not. The part Akerni, where the airport is being built, was in the future projections. This is the change of the coastline. Was it flooded permanently? Or was it wrong? So there were 2 maps. I think there was one 0.5 meters. I think it was not flooded. And there was another map with a flooded.
If I understood well, you say you asked about the 2 different type of maps that I presented in my last slide. Okay, the IPCC usually, I mean, everybody that usually do prediction gives you a value in general with a buffer values like an uncertainty disease. I mean, something that can be or cannot be. I mean, could be also difficult to say, okay, the sea level rise will be 0.8 and stop it. So my idea doing that maps was to try to understand where the coastal, the Vjosa Delta will be permanent flooded in the case of the worst case scenario predicted by IPCC. So IPCC gave the value of 0.6 that in the worst case scenario is the best case, or the 1 meter of sea level rise that in the worst case scenario is the worst case in general. So, this kind of maps usually should contain also the channel, the channel that are presented in that are already presented in the delta, the permeability flux that should be taken in account during the floods. So these kind of maps are not photos of the future, but is something that could happen in the future. So it's just to give an idea. The airport, but I mean, not only the airport, I will say the airport means streets, other kind of roads, highway connection, and other stuffs. We saw also in the rendering, another ports, another marina. So with my works, I had the aim to highlight the vulnerability of that area. So that kind, that kind of information is just to give us about how much is the risk in that area that already exists. So if the decision makers decide to build something else, we should take in account also this risk that I showed you. Okay, I don't know if I answered.
Completely right. We understood it. Right.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Miriam de Koning from Pont, and I was triggered a bit by the words by Olsi that say, indeed, in this room, there are many people that are among the converted that know that we don't want this airport in this place. And you said we should broaden the base. We should reach mainly also a broadened citizen awareness on this issue. What can we do to get out of this room? And all the facts we have heard today about environmental, legal, and pursuing the legal road is definitely a very important one. But as you said, we are running out of time. Time is not on our side. What can we do more to involve more the citizens and make them aware of all the things we heard today in this room? Thank you very much.
Thanks for the question. It is one of those questions, $1 million questions. What can we do? What must we do? I do not have a magic formula, but I believe that the ingredients are there, are here. And what is important to do, I believe, is that going out of this room, each of us must think how to diffuse the message outside. One of the elements we do, particularly in the Vjosa campaign, and resulted successful, is the persistence, the insistence is one of the elements of success. And we must be more creative, and messages that are given in these closed rooms, conferences, we must find ways, mechanisms to transmit these messages to the public by making public events in open outdoor places, in public places. And I mentioned at the start, and you underlined, yes, time is against us. But we must be aware also that even the means are not, even the means are against us. So there is a propaganda machine that is well-financed, well-trained, and it's very difficult to come against. Same as it's difficult to come against even in financial terms. What our advantage is, I would say, in such projects, or the drivers that enable these projects, is the passion, our passion to preserve nature, the desire to persist to the end, to preserve nature, and normally to find the right instruments. So what I would mention, more outdoor, open place promotion in open outdoor places, and to engage the media more. We need a stronger public communication campaign with the media to take them on board about the risk, the big risk of the big danger of not only this construction project, but also to raise awareness how important areas of natural inheritance are being reduced every day, even the protected, non-protected ones, and are going out of any tracks of the are going out of track, astray from the sustainable development principles. May I give my opinion too? Yes. I think that the strategy to achieve this can go in two directions, long-term, short-term. In the case of Vjosa, I think the strategy must be short-term and must be quick and aggressive communication with the local communities and the stakeholders wherever they are. And still, I think it would be difficult for us. Also said the ingredients, it's difficult to reach results in a short-term strategy, which means that engagement, the synergy and synchronization must be several times more higher. Whereas in the long term, we can make it for the other areas. we analyzed the school curricula about the environmental education, and we noted that only few are not at all ensure environmental education. So in the long term, although it may be is sensitive to environment, it does not receive the education to embrace it, to know it. Not that the people don't want it, but the generations don't know where to get, have nowhere to get it from the school. So we need to interact with the schools with extra materials, with particular focus on protected areas and biodiversity preservation. Another important element is that the profiles of protected areas all must be met with elements or information dossiers. We are talking about Narta, but the people of Vlora, they know nothing about Narta. They don't know what species are there, the plants, what are the endangered species or parts. So we must approach people with more comfortable means, not only through conferences and meetings. This could be a long-term investment. So I don't want to repeat what was said, but just to add that the event today is in the context of some actions we plan to launch with the support of the donors present here. A few months ago, we started open forums where we discuss about Vjosa-Narta issues with people and representatives from NGOs and even youngsters who want to engage in this matter, and they feel there is a momentum and they have this internal urge. In this way, I would like to introduce you to the next panel where you can, when we will listen examples of activism for this matter, but also other matters by youngsters and other representatives. So we will have more higher optimism notes in the next panel. They are waving at me that we have to conclude, but two more questions. Aurora, so before we go for lunch, Aurora and the other one.
Okay. Përshëndetje.
Aurora Birbile, system engineer, socioeconomic ecological systems. What concerns me, of course, it's not that I didn't go in depth into environmental matters, but what concerns me is that each case is taken case by case. We have Vjosa, Valbona, and when I was interested on the ecocide law, it was not possible for a group of citizens to take legal action to sue the government, for the state, for an ecocide act. From my knowledge, I'm not a legal expert. I have read that it is only the domain of environmental organizations, so organizations or companies that have it written in their statute that they are for environmental preservation. We all agree that without nature, nobody may conduct a normal living activity. And this is a matter that belongs not only to the companies, environmental organizations and companies, but to everybody. Now, I agree to the lady that we must have a long-term plan. Now, is there a long-term plan to solve the threat and pressure to natural resources that brings all of us to unequal access to resources and unequal access to services in order to solve this problem which just juxtaposes economy to environment to the population? And so this must not be self-exclusive, but this must be complementary. Can I answer that? Because this is such a wide and interesting topic that everybody may give an opinion. I think that the situation and the problem is so dynamic that it does not have only one solution, but several. The point is that in these cases, case by case, we are not addressing the lack of solution, because as long as we have entered the path towards the EU and we are signatories to the Sustainable Development Goals, this is the solution to strike that balance between environmental protection and economic development. So by getting these cases tete-a-tete, so one by one, we treat the gaps in the legislation, and we also the non-compliance of our country to the treaties and instruments. They tell you the solution. Now, what is the solution? Is first probably not to have, I think you asked, what is the solution to not having an irresponsible government? Now, I myself believe in democracy, and I believe that one of the solutions to an irresponsible government is a well-read and well-informed people. I think the legal basis has remedies, has instruments for you to use your will, not only through vote, but also through public hearings, petitions. So let's join and coordinate the citizens. I think this is where the stalemate is, the deadlock is, not only in the environmental sector, but almost everywhere. And we see a blockade, an unprecedented blockade of free speech, and a disregard of national issues, and there is no dialogue with the institutions, because the point to biodiversity preservation and economic development must go hand in hand. And now it's the dots are on the i's, because environmental rights are now human rights. So this is a concrete case, and that's why cases are taken concretely one by one. As for the citizens' lawsuit, the Eden Center, together with Soros, has worked on drafting the law on collective lawsuit. We were a group of organizations, and we saw it quite suitable in the case of conflicts or environmental conflicts or penalties. The draft is already prepared and is already submitted to the parliament. But still, there is still a big number to propose it. I think that this would undo this deadlock that you mentioned. And the citizens and the lawsuit and the organizations, this would pave the way. But this is not the only way. There are other ways to file lawsuit with the civic participation. Very brief, very brief. It seems like we are here for matters of environment, habitats, birds. No, in fact, these are deeply matters of democratic processes, how they work. There is no long-term solution. Even in the most consolidated democratic system than ours, where we live, always the governments try to become irresponsible, but there is always that hammer of the other power that delivers justice. So at this point, as part of the democratization processes in Albania, even the efforts of the NGOs, particularly environmental ones, I think they made a big step ahead, since they created this practice of legal action, taking that to court. As I mentioned, this case that brings us back 10 years in time, but this is a sporadic case, because generally the legal standing legitimation is solved now. It's not that, as you said, that the company must have it and it must have it in its state statute, or that the communities must be at the vicinity of the construction area. No, but ARUS, arrows, and even our domestic legislation clearly indicates who is the interested people, interested community, and it may be even a single individual, regardless how far he or she is from the area intended to be constructed. Then it's in the will of the judge whether she wants to comply with the law or not. I invite you to continue the discussion over lunch without intending to kill the discussion, sorry. So thanks a lot to all of you for the presentations, and thanks a lot for your attention. So we will come back at 2:30 with the last panel. 2:30.
Përshëndetje, do akomodohemi tani ngadalë, do
So please, let's get seated. 1, 2, 3, check. Let's get seated. Moderator said.
Nuk ka, sepse janë
apo ta bëj për shumë mbaron Gloria dhe them prapë
si duash ti. Unë kam lënë tonë, po si të duash. Ta mendosh në se ndoshta atë si ta mendosh në ju bëj. Por se jemi çift në kohë, no? Basta që ta dish. Harvatore. Do të shpaj Gloria, po kam shpresë në visi Sofia ka statistikisht ka funksionuar në kohë, sa tani takimin e katër.
Okay.
Ju sa ka se atë ka zon. Po ti e di.
Ja, pasim bashkë.
Okay. Pasim bashkë ndem të shojë të zahme të të. Do të thotë next.
Shëndetje. Përshëndetje, mirë se jeni rikthyer.
So welcome those who were part of the meeting since the morning, and also welcome to you who just joined. I am Tea Zdejčaj, coordinator Irish Poll. I will moderate the second panel of the conference. This session is divided in 3 parts in view of the arguments listed so far why an apartment cannot be constructed within the protected area. We will bring today 2 case studies of airports that were constructed in the vicinity or inside the protected areas. Unfortunately, such cases are not a handful. And these serve us to draw lessons and to build arguments that may be useful to our case. The second point of this session is what Yoni mentioned in the last panel, is a presentation of the EU restoration law. And the point of discussion in this session will introduce us to two examples from the community members who were substantial with their commitment, engagement in this cause, in the community, representing the youth and representing the independent media. Now I'm going to introduce you to a case study in Burgas, Bulgaria. It's in the proximity of the protected area, and this will be brought to you by Madame Gloria Marinova, who is a researcher at the Bulgarian Biodiversity Foundation. The floor is yours, Madame Gloria.
Good afternoon. Can we go to the first slide? Thank you. So as you heard, my name is Gloria Marinova. I'm part of the Bulgarian Biodiversity Foundation, and more precisely, I'm part of the team working on the project Lagoon of Life. The case study that I will present is related to the Burgas Airport and Atanasovsku Lake Lagoon. First, I'll give you, next slide, please. First, I will give you a brief history introduction to the area. Almost 100 years later ago, there was on the territory, there was established a radio station. 20 years later, it began to operate as a national airport with domestic flights. And in 1970, it became an international airport that operates international flights. In 2006, the airport was enlarged as it became managed by the Fraport Transport Company, and its runways were enlarged. New buildings were also constructed. Next slide, please. So this airport is the second largest airport in Bulgaria, and its runways are 3,200 meters long. And the important thing is that it's mainly active in the summer tourist season. And it mainly operates charter flights. For example, in 280, the flights that were operating were about 23,000 flights. Next slide. Why the area is so challenging? For example, in the 30-kilometer zone around the control station of the airport, there is the largest wetland complex in the country. It's the Burgas wetland complex with three coastal wetlands: Mandrapoda, Vaja, Atanasovsku Lake, which is the closest one to the airport, and Pomoria Lake. This is the richest place on birds also in the country, with 330 species. And the impacts that this airport has on birds are direct, indirect, and pollution. When the direct impact is mainly the bird strikes, and in the direct impact is related to noise and anxiety to birds. The pollution is mainly noise and vibrations. And in this slide, you can see the seasonal migration of storks. It's important that there are a few main reasons why this area is so risky for birds and humans that are flying in the aircrafts. First, the area is part of the bird migration flyway Via Pontica, and the geographical situation with the Burgas coastal wetlands is such that it creates a bottleneck where the most intense migration is happening. Next slide, please. Other reason that the risk of bird strikes is higher is the land use in very close distance to the airport. Here you can see the boundary and the fence of the airport is next to agricultural fields. And these fields are actually a feeding ground for a lot of bird species. Next slide. Other reason is the municipal landfill that is very close to the location, is just 5 kilometers away from the airport, and it's also feeding ground. And next slide. This directly next slide, please. This directly influences the day and night migrations of the bird species. The birds mainly migrate between the different wetlands and between the feeding grounds and the resting spots where they are. Next slide. So just to give you a more context of the situation, with the green color you can see the Natura 2000 sites in the area, and the yellow circle is this 13-kilometer zone around the control station. The area where the most bird strikes are happening are the where is the orange color. This is the landing, departuring, en route zone. And the red color is the landing, departuring zone with close vicinity, which is directly over the lagoon at Athanasescu Lake. Next slide. The most common bird species in the area that are causing bird strikes are synanthropic birds, and this is not some how to say. This is not something that surprises us, because a lot of these birds are using as feeding grounds the agricultural fields and the municipal landfill. Also, birds related to the wetlands as a wetland species and birds of prey are causing a high number of the bird strikes. Next slide. And it's important to say that only 45% of the total flights in the airport are over the Athanasescu Lake. And it's interesting that the collisions are not depending on this number. The collisions mainly depend on the specifics of the bird species. What is their active, when they are active during the day, or when is the migration periods are, what are their habits for feeding. Next slide. And that is why most of the collisions are happening in a very close distance to the ground. And this is the close vicinity zone. That is the closest area around the airport. And when we talk about damages on the related to bird strikes, most of the damage on the aircraft are in the nose of the aircraft or in the engines. And when this happens, the collision happens in the engine area, it's more dangerous. And here it's very important to say that such incidents are more impactful for the passengers in the aircraft, and they are more dangerous for the people than for the birds. So that is why the airport in Burgas, they are spending a lot of resources to mitigate and manage such risks. For example, this is a scheme for the repealing system. And in total, there are 35 devices that are distributed around the main runways. And on the next slides, I will just show you some of these devices. First one is the sonic bird repealer. Then on the bottom, we have the scarecrows and the electronic system. But what helps the most, next slide, please, is that in the 2009, a special unit of servants was established that the servants are patrolling around the airport and are preventing huge number of birds to be set in one location. Next slide. So in total, what how to manage and prevent such risks? The most important thing is the risk assessment and reduction program that Burgas Airport is developing. There are regular ornithological forecasts on seasonal migration, species characteristics and behavior, territorial development. There is a permanent wildlife control officer that is patrolling within the area in the active season from June to October. And it's very important, the flexibility of the landing and departuring zone. So very often in 55% of the cases, the airplanes are landing or departing from the opposite direction to Atanasovsko Lake. And other measures that are established are related to DNA analysis that are helping us to identify which are the bird species that are causing bird strikes, and collecting such data actually very much helps to mitigate such risks. Next slide. Of course, there is a big room for improvement, and on first place, this is the right planning of such facilities and the right land use planning around such facilities. The use of early detection radars is also very important, and as well as more intelligent systems for detecting and repelling birds. Other important step is the proper and on-time communication between airports along migratory corridors, and the management of the adjacent territories. In our case, in the case of the Atanasovsko Lake Lagoon, what we are the one thing that we are very hardly working on is the establishment of the annual public councils. And it's very important for us to gather different stakeholders from the area. And the Burgas Airport representatives are one of the most active participants in this council. And that's not surprising, because the resources they are spending for mitigating this risk is really high. And they are involved in different decision-making processes for territorial development in the area. They involved different consultants for to establish a proper communication between bird experts and the airport management. And this is my presentation for now, and later on, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to explain more.
Thanks a lot, Madam Gloria. In this session, we thought probably to get the questions immediately after each presentation, since we are on Zoom. So to make a summary of the presentation we just listened to, and since 1927, this was a radio station. Only later it became an airport, at a period when the science was not evolved sufficiently to understand the importance of protecting endangered sites, or to understanding the risk that an airport would cause bird clashes. Over the years, this risk became visible because of these increased bird clashes. And Gloria told us about these added added efforts for an airport that is not inside a protected area, but near a lake, must allocate added funds, staffs, experts to manage this situation that is not normal. An airport must not be constructed in a location that is so important to biodiversity and birds. Now, based on this, the presentation, I open the session for questions from the room. So please feel free. Thanks for this very interesting presentation, and that evokes the curiosity of all of us here in the room to understand this. This is a concrete case that is quite useful for our airport in Vlora. I had a question for the fact that even after many decades, this airport continues to operate only in one season. So it does not operate from October to April, March. Is it true or is it wrong? What ends first? And the second, why doesn't it operate throughout the year, all year?
Most of the flights are during the tourist season in the summer because the location is popular for the seaside. So it's more cost-wise is easier, I guess, for the airport to focus its resources in the summer period. Yeah, and mainly the country uses the main airport in Sofia for the all year round flights.
Thanks.
Thank you.
A question that does the results of having such bird strikes, has that resulted in some way of certain companies deciding not to fly on this airport anymore? Has there been any research done on that account, saying that it might be too risky to fly to this airport and therefore we won't do it anymore?
Yes, we know about such cases. Now I cannot remember directly the name of the company, but this was a case previous summer that a big airplane company decided not to use that airport. Maybe if I have some other colleagues from my organization, they can add something, but yeah, I really at the moment cannot remember the name.
Any other questions? Thanks. Thanks a lot, Madam Gloria, for your presentation. Now let's move on to the next presentation, which, as mentioned, has to do with a law that is proposed at the European Parliament about restoration law, nature restoration law, and the presentation will be delivered by Madame Sophie.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well?
You? Yeah. Good afternoon.
Madame Sophie is representative of BirdLife International. The floor is yours, the moderator said.
Yeah, thank you. Waiting for my presentation to show. Don't see it yet in slide mode. Yeah, okay, very good. So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the organizer of this conference for inviting me. So my name is Sophie Ruisgaard. I'm based in Brussels here in the policy team of BirdLife Europe. And I'm very happy to be able to present you a very big opportunity of new legislation coming up in Europe. Yeah, thank you. Next slide. Very briefly as introduction, I'm part of BirdLife International in the European division, and for those who do not know us, we are a global partnership organization with across the world over 120 national conservation NGOs who are doing groundwork on a range of topics throughout the world. Yeah, next slide. And in Europe, we join a group of over 40 partners in over 40 countries, going from Spain to our very eastern borders. And we coordinate the work of the different partners, and we strengthen them where needed on policy topics, but also on protection, on conservation of birds and habitats. Thank you. Next slide. We work on a number of priorities in Europe and also Central Asia. This includes flyby work. This includes the drivers of the diversity decline, mainly agriculture and land use changes. We have a lot of work that we are doing on the marine environment. And finally, several topics we cover are related to nature and climate. And this is especially where I will focus on for what I will present this afternoon. Yeah, next slide. So very quickly, why should we care about nature restoration? I assume that many of you already know it, but just for your brief reminder, we all know that nature is not doing well at Europe and also outside Europe. For example, the latest State of Nature report of Europe indicated that only 14% of the current habitats have a so-called good conservation status in Europe. Yeah, next. And if you take a look to birds, there we see from the latest bird census assessment from last year that 1 out of 5 birds are threatened or nearly threatened by extinction, and even 1 out of 3 have strongly declining populations. And we especially see that for wetland birds, so birds related to wetland habitats, and also for farmland birds. Yeah, next. And of course, another reason why we should care about nature, its protection and its restoration is because we see already an increasing impact of climate change. We see increasing flooding, increasing droughts, and the latest IPCC report is also very strong on that. If we do not act now, we will risk to have increasing impacts, especially in Europe, but also throughout the world, of what we see in our daily lives from climate change. And that's why we really see that nature protection, nature restoration needs to happen now. We already lost a lot of time in and outside Europe. And nature restoration and protection needs to happen at large scale to really make the difference that we need. And this needs to happen with very effective measures so that we really see the results on the field. And to flag, importantly to you, of course, nature restoration and protection is much more than nature. There's a lot of benefits that it provides to us related to climate adaptation, climate mitigation, human well-being, and of course, the resilience of our societies against several shocks that we see. And there's an increasing number of scientific reports that shows, for example, related to the climate mitigation potential of wetlands throughout Europe, to carbon, which is captured in the soil. So there are a lot of information out there, which really shows that there's a clear need for better protection and restoration in Europe. And as you would not know it, of course, we are currently in the UN decade, so the United Nations decade of ecosystem restoration, so which is again a strong opportunity to really stress the importance of nature restoration in this context. And of course, nature restoration is one of the big investments that our society can make now. We see that a recent assessment of the European Commission shows that for every euro invested in nature restoration, it can be that there is over 38 euros surplus, so benefit added value for our society. So these are very strong numbers. And this is, of course, thanks to the many ecosystem services that nature provides us. And of course, this will lead to a better resilience of our farming systems throughout Europe and across. This will lead to flourishing wildlife, and this will provide a lot of opportunities for landowners when they want to better manage their land. And there's not only we as NGOs are saying, and the scientists are saying that nature restoration and better protection is needed. There are already very strong calls from across society. Here you see several examples, including the business sector, which is also very engaged, especially for this nature restoration law, which you have seen last year published by the Commission. Yeah, next. And Europe luckily has seen the importance of better nature protection, of better nature restoration. Europe, because it launched after the elections, it launched in December 2019 European Green Deal. And linked to that, a new European-wide biodiversity strategy in May 2020. And there it had really the ambition that it would propose legally binding nature restoration targets for countries to restore biodiversity, and especially with a specific focus to ecosystems which capture and store a lot of carbon. And then finally, after quite some substantial delay, the European Commission published last year in June 2020 a proposal for a nature restoration law for Europe. Thank you. So very briefly, how this legal proposal looks like. It has four main building blocks. It all starts with an overarching target with a clear ambition to restore at least 20% of nature across European land and sea. And under this overarching target, there are a number of area-based targets for member states and a number of indicator-based member states. For example, increasing a positive trend for butterflies, for pollinators, or for farmland birds. And all this is supported by a strong governance framework. And in that, member states needs to develop their own national restoration plans, where they will clearly highlight how and where and when they will ensure that they can achieve the targets of this new legal proposal. Next. So quite importantly is to mention here that this nature restoration targets do not focus on only one or two habitats. They cover all the important habitats that we see throughout Europe. First of all, it starts with already protected habitats, which are listed in the annexes of the so-called birds and habitats directives, and the same for species, which are listed in the directives. But it goes further than that. It also has clear nature restoration targets for urban ecosystems to green the urban spaces we often all live in. And it wants to improve the river connectivity by removing barriers in rivers because its free-flowing river concept is very important. And as already said, it has a number of important targets to improve the nature and biodiversity condition in strongly used landscapes, especially our agricultural landscapes and our forest ecosystems. For example, the increase of pollinators. Yeah, thank you. But the question is all very nice. There's a strong legal proposal. We as NGOs, we are happy with that. But how can you really make it work? Because when it really need to make a difference in the field, really need to ensure that everything happens well. And this is very strongly needed because what we see now that the current policy landscape is very challenging because we see an increasing number of voices out there, especially coming from the farming lobbies, from the forestry sector, who really do not want this new legal proposal. So they really want to undermine it. So it's still risky that we will not get this law approved. So we as NGOs, we really join forces. We build coalitions at national level and at European level. And we do that by developing a number of expert briefings, a number of NGO positions, where we really clearly highlight why we need this new nature restoration proposal and why we need to make this happen. Yeah, next. And of course, very important is public mobilization, again, to show that it's not only we as NGOs that are calling for nature restoration and better protection. So we engage our citizens, we engage people on the street, we engage youth, to show that really that there's a strong call from society to have more and better nature throughout Europe. And we do that to do several actions online, offline, on social media, in the streets in Brussels, but also protests, for example, in the different countries across Europe. And we also engage experts, we engage scientists, we bring on science, because it's very important that we keep on repeating the scientific arguments related to climate change mitigation, for example, related to the many benefits that nature provides us. There are a number of papers and briefings available, and we share that with key decision makers at European and national level. And we keep on presenting that during webinars to make our messages better heard. And we also ensure that scientists are fully included in the political debates that are happening now. Next. And it was already briefly mentioned, we also keep on engaging the private sector, because it's not that there's a strong opposition between the private sector and civil society, for example. There's a lot of businesses out there who really realize that better nature protection and better nature restoration is very needed. That's needed for their business models, there's needed for their logistics, that's needed because they care. So we really link up with these businesses. We ensure that their voices are also heard in the political debate. We invite them to meetings, to seminars. We organize meetings with key decision makers, and of course themselves, they take also a lot of initiatives for better nature protection and restoration. So here you see an example on the slide. Next. And regarding awareness raising, we decided to gear up our efforts. Since you can read it here, since last month, end of January, we kicked off a big NGO campaign, because as said before, we really see that we need to do a lot of effort to counter this negative and blocking opinions of opponents. So we really need to even more bring in civil societies, to bring in experts, to bring in people on the streets, to do more activism and to do more actions across Europe, to really show that this nature restoration is a one in a lifetime, one in a decade opportunity for nature in Europe. And we do this to different means. Thank you. And important to mention, because we heard that several member states are very concerned of how well we finance that, because of course nature protection, nature restoration costs money, but as I already said before, it's a big investment that really rewards for the future. And I just list here a number of examples from already current existing financial mechanisms for across Europe at European level, but also at national level, to show that how nature restoration can be supported at different landscape scales. Yeah, next. And important, I think, for you to know is, of course, that to stress that the nature restoration has a big potential also for non-European countries. I said before that it is once in a lifetime opportunity for Europe, because since the Natura 2000 directives, we did not have such a big opportunity to really make a change for nature and the larger environment in Europe. And this nature restoration proposal really can be put besides this habitat and bird directive, because they're really important for the future of our nature and climate. So this nature restoration really sets the bar high, because it has specifically binding nature restoration targets. So this is quite new. So it means that member states in Europe will have the obligation to restore habitats and species which are really currently not doing well. And it could act as a strong reference for countries outside Europe to see how this obligation can be formulated, which habitats needs to be prioritized, and how the framework needs to be set up. And also important to mention is the obligation for member states to develop national restoration plans. So as said before, countries need to really identify where will they restore nature, how they will do it, and when. So there the scientific element is important to bring. The synergies between climate change, adaptation, and mitigation needs to be well thought. And of course, importantly, there's a strong need for a good governance framework and a strong stakeholder involvement process. And this stakeholder involvement is very important, because civil society has proven again and again to be very important. during the process of developing national restoration plans, but also now, for example, to ensure that in the end we will get this new legislation. So awareness raising is very important, and I think that countries outside the EU can really build on what's happening here in Europe, how we can engage citizens, which arguments do we use when we reach out to the opponents in the industry of the farming and in the forestries. And then also important element is the finance element, of course. Finance, as I said before, a very important precondition. There's a big opportunity to provide incentives to landowners, to land managers, to protected areas managers. So this is really something that we can increase when we will have this nature restoration law. And that can also be act as an example for countries not in Europe. Important to mention is also there's a clausule in the legal proposal of non-deterioration. That means that when a country is doing an effort to better restore or to restore a certain area, it needs to guarantee that the condition of this area is not deteriorating. It makes sense to many of us because when you do public investment, you would think that member state will keep on ensuring that this investment rewards for the long future, but this is not a given because it has been much in discussion now. Here is a strong link with protected areas because when the restored area becomes a protected area, of course, there are better safeguards for the future. And finally, I want to mention here, because it's a legal framework proposal, there's a strong link with enforcement. It provides a strong legal base for the needs and the obligations for member states to restore and better protect nature. And this can also act as a reference for countries outside Europe if they want to process and proceed with nature restoration in their country. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Madame Sophie, for this very detailed presentation. In fact, such a law seems to be both complex and challenging and hope-giving. And PPNEA brought this presentation today, in fact, to demonstrate all the efforts of the EU state members that are doing to restore nature. And in parallel to that, to give a message that we as a country that so far have had nature untouched so far, we have to keep it like that. Now we see the EU is allocating extraordinary finances, human resources to restore what it has lost. It's high moment that we understand we must not lose what we have preserved so far. In this campaign against the airport, PPNEA saw that the EU countries are giving us a message to preserve nature, and we're not doing that. So this is the case to show that EU is doing extraordinary effort to preserve what we already have and must preserve ourselves. So if there is any questions from the room, from the participants, any questions or comments? Thank you for the presentation. I am Yoni from PPNEA. I wanted to ask, is there an action plan if the EU member states fail to implement the new law? Not an action plan, a plan of sanctions. Is there a plan of sanctions if they fail to execute the law? Did you get it?
Yeah. That's, according to us as NGOs, still a weak point. Currently in the legal proposal, there is mentioned that Europe needs to assess the different national restoration plans that member states will need to submit, but there's no clear indication of if their assessment is negative, what they will do. But of course, this legislation will be really a legislation, a regulation, so it will be law. So it means that you can bring it to courts. So it means this is a very strong tool for especially national NGOs. Then they really see that their country, their member state is not doing well at all, they can bring them to court on the basis of this legislation. So this is really a strength, that it is not a strategy. Like to give an example, in the previous biodiversity, of the current biodiversity strategy, the European one by 2030, they were already mentioning that Europe needs to restore at least 15%. But of course, it's only a strategy. There's no strong legal basis. So that's why the Commission, for example, really saw the needs of this new upcoming legal proposal, because by doing so, it will have a strong legal basis when NGOs, for example, will need to bring their want to bring their member state to court.
Thanks a lot. Any other questions? It seems not. So thanks again, Madame Sophie, and thanks for keeping up with us, although busy. So as you saw, we made a minor change in the agenda for technical issues. We will go back to the efforts to build airports in the vicinity of protected areas. This time we have a case, and this is a fight that newly started and seems to be successful. And this comes from Portugal. And we have the honor to have today Mr. Joaquim Teodosio, who will share with us this case, and he comes from BirdLife Portugal. Thanks, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And sorry, I couldn't be there in presence, but I will do my best to present our efforts here in Portugal with the present situation for the new Lisbon airport. I will try to share my screen with you. Just a moment. So I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I will talk a little about the situation in Lisbon with the new international airport and the situation of Montijo, the place that was chosen by the government. So just try to. Okay, this is I'm talking in representing a vast group of people and entities. This work, this fight, as you mentioned, is being possible due to the work or the technical and financial support from several institutions. José Alves and his team working in the field with the birds from the University of Aveiro, Client Earth, and Joaquim Rogério, our legal support, BirdLife Europe, of course, and the BirdLife Network that help us putting some pressure and bringing this situation to the public. Our SPB from the UK also supporting us with some of the studies that we have been producing, and also VBN also supporting the work that we are doing. We are working in Portugal with other NGOs, and we are also working in this situation with the support of the LIFE program due to the project LIFE Nature Guardians. Okay, so we are in Lisbon. If you don't know, it's on the other side of Europe, near to the Atlantic Ocean. And this situation arises from the need for a new airport for the city. The present airport was built in the middle of the last century, and the city continued to grow around the airport, and so nowadays we have the planes in the middle of the city. This is a major problem because we have thousands of people living around the airport, and so they are highly affected. This is the noise study, the impact of the noise pollution caused by the airplanes, and it crosses almost all the city and the remaining area around the city center. So there are some work being done since many decades ago about the impact of the noise, the air pollution, and this affects more than almost 60,000 people in the city. So this is a big problem identified many years ago. And of course, with so many people living around the airport, safety is also always one of the issues that is mentioned about the airport. Because if there's a problem with an airplane, it will be a really huge problem because there are lots of buildings and thousands of people in the route of the airplanes. So already in '69 and more or less 50 years ago, the government decided to try to study for new places for the airport outside the city. So as you can see, there were lots of places that were, sorry, because there's a mobile phone ringing. There was lots of places that were studied with more or less detail in the last 4 decades. But no, there were no ideal situation, and all of the studies were presenting some problems in all of these locations. But we are always delaying. And 3 years ago, the present government decided that we cannot wait anymore. So we need to choose a place to build the airport. And they look at Montijo. It's in the other side of the Tejo River, the Tagus River. There's already a Air Force field there. And this was one of the options that were studied in the previous efforts. So the option to use this Air Force airport was considered the best option. This was considered by the governments, not only the present one, but the previous. And they asked for a more comprehensive study for this area, but always presenting this as the final answer. The famous, there's no plan B for the airport. So as you can see, this is in the other side of the river. There was lots of issues with this airport because it wouldn't replace the existing one. It will be a complementary airport because it's too small to allow all types of airplanes to go there. So this would be working, but maintaining the present airport in the middle of the city. So since the beginning, this situation was really very far from the optimal solution for a new airport for Lisbon. This is the most important airport in the country. So it's not a problem. It's not something that has impact in Lisbon, but also in all of the country. So looking at Montijo, this is the airfield that already exists there. And one of the things they mentioned to support the decision was that it was outside the protected areas. So this is one of the things that we since the start of the work of the environmental assessment for Montijo, we mentioned that you cannot only look at the area of the airport. You need to look on the impact that the planes will cause also. So this is really in the middle of the Tagus estuary. This is one of the most important wetland area in Portugal, and you can see here, this is the Natura 2000 site. There's also a national protected area, a little smaller than the Natura 2000 SPA. We can have more or less 200,000 birds in winter, but during migration it can rise to 300,000. So this is really a very important area. It's protected by national law, European law, is a nature reserve, is also protected by international agreements like Ramsar, it's an IBA. So it's really one of the most important areas in Portugal and the most important wetlands. As a wetland and estuary, it's a really complex and diverse area with tidal flats, with rice fields, with lots of areas of marshes and salt pans, and this complexity gives the conditions to have such important and huge biodiversity, not only birds but even other groups. So this is really important for several water birds and species like dunnings, avocets, spoonbills that we have here with very significant numbers and with international important populations. And of course, with all these thousands of migratory birds, it's a very important place in the East Atlantic Flyway. So the impact here is not only national or local, as the government said in the beginning, the impact can be international. And of course, this kind of birds and the way they use the habitat, it's very complex and changes along the day, along the season, along the year. You have a lot of important feeding areas in the low tide, and then several areas of roosting in high tide. And birds are constantly moving and changing from one side to the other. We have very important areas inside the protected area, but also outside. So if you consider the place of the airport, where you can see the arrow, it's outside of the protected area, but really in the border. So if you analyze the impact of the routes that the planes will use and the impact of noise, this will really almost affect half of the protected area. It will split the protected area. So this will have a very huge impact in the use that the birds will do inside the SPA. And this, of course, will have a very important indirect effect on the bird populations. Not only of course, the bird strikes, as previously was mentioned, where you have birds that will die due to the collision with the airplanes. But more important than that will be the effect of the disturbance and that will cause the birds to go to different areas and not use the optimal area inside the SPA. Of course, the government in the beginning said that they would have compensatory measures, but it's impossible to increase or to replicate an estuary. So all the measures that were mentioned were about studies, about evaluating the impact of the airport, nothing that will mitigate or compensate the huge impact that this airport will cause if the project continues. This is the present situation. They want to. They don't have space to have a big area for the use of the airplanes. They will have to increase the track to the middle of the area of mud of the estuary. So this is really a very an option that not only for biodiversity but also for many other issues, it's not a very good option. You will have, sorry. You will have also in around Montijo, there are thousands of people living, so you will continue to have not only with the problems that we have in Lisbon, but we will replicate these problems in Montijo with pollution, with the safety problems, with the noise that will cause many health issues in the population. So this is really a solution that is bad for birds, bad for people, bad for the economy, because this will not allow to replace the airport in Lisbon. Not many people talk about this solution, and most of them that want to have Montijo, they want to have a new airport. They don't prefer Montijo. They just want a new airport for tourism, and for economic reasons, because we need to replace this one in Lisbon, and of course to stop the problems, the health problems for people living around the airport. So what we have been doing, this huge group of people, we present a complaint in the administrative court because of the impact assessment declaration for the Montijo. There were lots of issues with that declaration, lots of problems with the Natura 2000 area, with the birds that would be affected. Other entities present also strong evidence of the problems with noise for the population. How this solution is completely wrong as an option for the future, because they cannot expand this airport. So we will need to continue to have the old one. We present also a complaint to the Berne Convention, IERWA, and other institutions that could be helpful in this situation. We try and we increased a lot the public awareness about this, about the impact of the airport. We presented also together with other entities that were also claiming the impact in the human health about this project in Montijo. We increased the political pressure. We showed the relevance of this area for not only for Portugal, but at the international level. And with that, the BirdLife network was really helpful. We send letters from BirdLife members from north of Europe to Africa to the government and to our president to show that they were aware of the impact that this airport could have in the birds that are shared with Portugal. With the help of the scientific teams, we have been also producing complementary reports and papers about the birds in the Tagus estuary. Studies about connectivity, how the birds connect several areas in Europe, about more concrete data about habitat use and also for bird strike risk. And of course, we have been meeting with DG Envy, political groups, and try to everyone knows what the problems and what we can lose if the airport in Montijo continues, if they build the airport in Montijo. This is an example from the team of José Alves, with more birds being tracked with radio transmitters, the use of the area, and how this will collide with the routes for the airplanes. We also analyzed ringing birds data from birds that were observed or ringed in Tagus, and you can see they connect. We are all connected. So more than 30 countries, more than 300 IBAs, 300 Natura 2000 sites. It's impressive when we start looking at data, how a project in Lisbon can affect birds from so many countries and relevant protected areas. So this is another complementary study that is being done to strengthen our case in the court. With all of this, what we achieved presently is that the government stepped back. They understand that this can be a problem with Montijo. There can be even more delay if they continue to push this solution forward. And so very recently, in the end of the last year, the government announced they were starting, as we asked since the beginning, a strategic environmental assessment, a good one, with as it should be done since the beginning. Where all of the locations, or at least the more relevant locations, can be analyzed and cross-referenced to see under different criteria which one could be best. This assessment is being done by an independent commission with lots of different expert groups, including the NGOs. And this is really a big difference from the situation that we had 3 years ago. Of course, they still continue to have the Montijo as an option to be studied. For us, it's completely impossible to have Montijo. There's so many issues, so many problems with this option that it's really impossible for us to build the airport there. And I think they are aware now. So they have now more or less 1 year to present the study, to present all the options and the conclusion about which one or ones will be the best options for the government to decide. Of course, this strategic assessment will not provide the solution, but will give a very strong orientation to the government, and they will decide in the end. The Montijo airport and the case in court continues because the impact assessment declaration is still valid. So we are trying to annulate that declaration. And nowadays the Montijo is seen by different sectors and by by the population as a very bad option. In the end of this, I think the study that was done, the environmental assessment study that was done for Montijo only showed that it is almost impossible to have a place for this kind of airport. It's completely impossible to put it there. Of course, now the problem is that this was so wrong that any other option will look like a good one, even though those options with high impact on biodiversity. But we hope that with this independent commission and the work they want to do, and they already are very focused in this strategic environmental assessment, and in the work with the with our NGOs and with other experts, we hope that in the end we can have a good solution to replace the airport in Lisbon. So sorry if I extend a little more, and I hope you have, I can transmit at least a short resume of the work that we have done here in Lisbon.
For presenting me.
Thanks a lot to you for your very interesting presentation. In fact, this case seems quite similar to ours. Besides the fact that the airport in Portugal is being built outside the protected area, at the vicinity, okay? And another similarity, what triggered is that they shared the same routes, bird routes, migratory routes. So the Portugal case seems to have been successful. So their efforts resulted in the government taking a step back and to reconsider its decision to build the airport in Montijo. Now, first, I would kindly ask the participants if you have any questions for Mr. Joachim, any curiosity, any comments. We have two. Hello. You mentioned that the new airport would be a complementary report to the existing ones, so would not replace it. It would only reduce the problems caused by the Lisbon one, new old one, but would cause others. And there were like dozens of reasons why it should not be built. and it's similar to our case, is how come the Portugal government, with all this information, all this data, not only insisted so far, let's build it, but and did not present any other option where it could build another airport to solve all these problems. Why do you think is this persistence of the government? Why this approach with all this information in front of it?
Yeah, I think in the end, it's the pressure from the tourism sector. Well, of course, we know for 50 years that we need a new airport. There's a lot of people suffering in Lisbon because of the airport. But so there's this continuous pressure to decide to have a place. And then the company that manages the airport in Lisbon, Vinci, working with the government, mentioned that with Montijo they could build it because it wouldn't be a new airport, but just improving the Air Force airport. They could build it and they would pay for the airport. So because we don't have money for a new airport, the government decided, okay, if in Montijo they will pay for the airport, let's build in Montijo, and there's no other option. And the Prime Minister mentioned in the television that if you cannot build, if we don't build the airport in Montijo, we don't have money to build it anywhere. So there was a lot of pressure from the tourism that we need to increase the number of airplanes coming to Lisbon, because one of the big problems that we have is that we cannot have more airplanes coming because the airport is full, and we have lots of tourism that could still increase in Lisbon. I don't know where to put the people, but they want to increase the number of people coming to Lisbon. So it's different pressures, the economic factor always in the table, and at some point the Prime Minister said, no, we need to build it, we are going to build it now. And because Vinci said that in Montijo they will pay for the airport, because they would pay it with the taxes from the airplanes. So the government decided that it would be Montijo, and the study that was done was more or less to find a way to put it in Montijo. But in the end, if this go forward, we will have two airports with huge problems, and one of them in the middle of the SPA.
Okay, in English.
I'm making the question in English.
Actually, two sub-questions. First one is, well, first of all, thank you. It's striking to see the similarities of the cases, and thank you for sharing your experience. It's really valuable to hear the challenges that you are going through and the paths that you have undertaken. I have one question about the public awareness. So considering that the old airport is almost in the middle of an inhabited area, how did you frame the messages to the public that the new airport is not good? I'm assuming that many of the inhabitants around the old airport actually want another airport to be built somewhere else, so they have less noise themselves. That was my first question. And the second one is, did you actually identify a turning point in where the government said, okay, maybe it's moment to sit down again and rediscuss this thing? And what was the turning point? So what made them, if you can identify something like that? Thank you.
Well, yeah, two good questions. about the people living around the airport and suffering from the noise and pollution, I think the government helped us because with Montijo, they will continue to have planes coming to the old airport. So this was not a solution for these people. Of course, there will be less planes, but this wouldn't be a solution. And with Montijo, you will have you will double the problems because you'll have more people with a new airport, but with lots of people also around. So I think, of course, more or less people understand that Montijo wasn't a good option because you still need to maintain the airport in Lisbon. So I think this was more or less understood. But then what this caused was an increase of pressure to decide to another area close to Lisbon, Alcochete, also with high biodiversity. But this will be another fight in the future. The turning point, it's difficult to say, but there were some situations inside the government with the prime minister and the minister responsible for infrastructures, and I think because of internal issues also, the government, the prime minister understand that you need to step back and look at this in a way that don't confront with so many people, because the minister was okay, we need to build it. There were studies from since the middle of last century, let's build this, and he said this was going to be built in Montijo. But with all the evidence, there are experts in soil that mention that this area in the middle of the estuary, it's very it's difficult to build there because the soils are not very stable. You can have problems with floods, with the rising sea level. If there's a problem with an airplane, it will fall in the middle of the estuary, and even to rescue the people in the airplane, it will be really difficult. And you saw that the track is really, you have mud in one side and the other, so it's difficult for an airplane if they have some situation not to fall in the mud. So even to bring people to Lisbon, they want to have more boats crossing the river then, or use the bridge that is already packed with cars. So there were really so many negative factors for Montijo that it was really difficult for the government to continue to push such a wrong decision. But of course, with the efforts of the NGOs and the issues with the birds, and showing that bird strikes are real and can cause really a big problem for the airplanes, and even some of the airplanes, the flight companies mentioning that they wouldn't use Montijo because it's a safety hazard, it's outside the city. So like Ryanair, they mentioned they would continue to use Lisbon. So it was really difficult to have support for this option. And I think in the end, they understand it and decide to have at least to do some kind of strategic assessment that could compare different situations and different options.
Thanks a lot. Any other questions? Any other questions? So thanks a lot for your presentation.
Thank you and good luck.
Thanks, all the best to you. Now let's move on to the last part of the discussion. As we mentioned, we have two persons invited who are strong actors of similar causes. Ermelinda in her presentation mentioned how difficult it is for such causes, the lack of this independent and free media, or this notion that we have often talked about as the captured media. Okay, they are cueing me. The next presentation is not about the free independent media, but another actor so important in such causes, that is the involvement, engagement of youngsters in activism. Although such cases might sound technical to them, they feel them just the same, and they engage and commit. And one of the youth organizations or youth groups that were quite engaged in this cause was the case of the organization United Nations Association of Albania, and is the youth chapter or cluster. So to tell us how they got involved in this Narta cause, Vjosa-Narta cause, we have invited today Anja Sauku. The floor is yours. Thanks a lot. Hello, I am Anja, as Thea introduced me, and I've come here to tell you a bit more about how we started to engage in the Vjosa-Narta issue. As Thea said, I am not an expert, let's put it straightforward, but I am a young person that we engaged strongly in the Vjosa-Narta issue. Now, let me tell you a bit more what we do in the youth chapter or youth cluster in UNIA is that we promote the UN values. And besides the youth activism, we promote also sustainable development. That means a lot to us. And this was one of the main points that we shared, being that both PPNEA and UNIA have HBC, Heinrich Böll Stiftung, so it's our common partner, and we had quite the proper cooperation there. Now, to link it to the Sustainable Development Goals, before I move on to the interesting part, the history, how we got involved in this cause. A Sustainable Development Goal that is very important on and related to this Vjosa-Narta is 15, that is life on land. And why it is important is because it determines that we must restore and promote sustainable use of ecosystems. But this goal in itself is so wide, and us who deal with UN goals have the so-called targets. There are some important targets such as 15.9 or 15.9, that is until 2020, the governments must integrate more specifically ecosystems and biodiversity values in their local and national planning. And in the case of Albania, this target has not been met. And now it's 2023, not 2020. So it's much to be done. Now, our beginnings. I chose some photos because I believe that photos quite describe our experience. Specifically, these 3 photos were of our first trip with PPNEA. It was an overnight stay at Kirkova village. And then we engaged with bird watching in Narta. And we had a visit in the construction works in the construction of the airport. I have this, I was bird watching. The first, I haven't learned their names quite well, but it's like flamingo. I understood it's not all flamingos are pink. Huh? are pink, mostly in their wings. And I think this was a very interesting experience for me and all our friends. The other is a former member of UNIA that is watching birds on Vjosa-Narta. I recall quite clearly that day for two reasons. First, because we were the first visits of the Kirkova village, and they were quite welcoming, and I saw big hospitality, and I saw how important it is to have such a warm experience, warm atmosphere. And Vjosa-Narta has to do not only with birds and ecosystems, but also with the people living there. So the experience was quite colorful, and including the camping. I understood that for the first time you can wake up quite well after sleeping in the tent, and we had a very, very beautiful view. And now I fully understand those travel influencers on Instagram, why they use, when they like to sleep in tents, because of these wonderful views. And what was something else that we did after we had this nice visit in Vjosa-Narta, we in UNIA a series of informative vlogs, that is a series of video blogs on sustainable development goals, focusing on number 15. So we influenced based on our experience in Vjosa-Narta, and it was important to transmit this to our audience and beyond, to the youngsters who probably don't have that much information as we had the luck to have. As a start, from my personal experience, at least, too late, I came to know about Vjosa-Narta, really, last summer. In my 8th grade in biology, you learn about the Karavasta Lagoon, other areas of biodiversity and protection, but about Vjosa-Narta, it rarely happens that you hear about unless you are familiarized and engaged with civil society and the causes, and learning and knowing about the causes there. So it was very important to have firsthand experience there and build understanding that, look, there are things that are worth working for and advocating and activate and to have activism for. Second part and second encounter, it was a few, 10 days ago. I call this love at second sight, because this activity, the second time, I enjoyed it a lot, because we had to build around 1,000 seedlings and to go and then protest against the construction of the airport. This time, the weather was equally nice and beautiful, but less warm, and it had this characteristic wind, and this was more fun to go out in that area and build and plant. The seedlings, it was chaotic, but sometimes beautiful things are chaotic, and for us, it was quite a good, a fun part. Those photos, peace sign, it's the last seedling we planted. PPNEA said that we can put them names, whatever names we like, and we got this very seriously. I know those of the organization will be mad at me for sharing with you. The last seedling we planted is called Kismete von Boderstein, from the Duchy of Monia, and it shows our so beautiful experience in planting those. And to show that people who do work to plant and create things is beautiful, and we were there to create, build something, and not to destroy. This was a very strong act of resistance. Besides this, the fact, the protests and other things that are important to do, the fact that this is a space where you can advocate for creation of things instead of destruction. Another important in the advocacy for Vjosa-Narta in youth terms is that sometimes the youth are a bit detached, not a bit, but much detached from nature. Tirana doesn't have green spaces as it should have. And this makes it more difficult to create that bond of the youth with nature. And sometimes some say, look, we have many problems, huh? We have employment, corruption, education, other things. Why should we care about a case, an issue, if Vjosa-Narta, which is not even in Tirana? I say you must care, and we must care, because although this is not happening in Tirana, the effects will be felt in Tirana. And secondly, it sets a very dangerous precedent in affecting protected areas, in violating the law, and encourages even more this detachment we have from nature. And this is the most frightening part. And let me add here something. As a Gen Zs, what is clear to us is that we as civilization, I'm really grateful to be living in the 21st century, because I wouldn't survive in the previous ones. But nevertheless, generation 21 is because humanity is closer to its own destruction, besides because of this climate changes. So we have, and besides all the existential problems we have now an added existential problem, because this is real. So the advocacy for areas like Vjosa-Narta, which influence or which accommodate proper biosystems and habitats is very important, because this is a step that brings us closer to the protection of our future, although we cannot see it, cannot have a glimpse of it, because we live with the present. But the point is that for me, it is important. And if you go to Vjosa-Narta, you feel the breeze, the air, and you see the plants, the flora and fauna. You understand there that these plants, these birds do not have voice like us. They cannot express their pain, their suffering, but they are still part of the living world. So the construction of airport is not like a construction of a building, but it's the destruction of a living world, of a whole ecosystem. And if they had a voice, the birds and the plants would not be at all happy with this decision. And since I thought that I would give the presentation in English, so I want to say a quote that I like a lot, and I will say this in English.
Is an interconnectedness through which all life flows: food and nutrition, water, oxygen and breath, endosmotic energy, the energy of living systems. We are a strand in the web of life.
This is a quote by Vandana Shiva, and I think that it wraps up all my philosophy, that we are just a link in the entire ecosystem, and it's not fair for us as a link choose to destroy the whole chain. This is the end. Thanks a lot, Anya, for your presentation, energetic presentation, and beautiful presentation. Any questions for Anya? If not, I have one. How difficult was it for you as a multiplier of experience and awareness raising to make sure that the efforts of other organizations or activists to be replicated, or this education, awareness raising that you got with us and with other organizations? So how difficult was it for you to transmit this awareness, education to your peers, to your friends? And what were their comments? And do you think is a simple cause to be transmitted to others? What was your perception, feeling in general? Now, is it a simple cause to be transmitted or to be perceived? No, it's not. We in the UNIA youth cluster, we are lucky to have a group that is open-minded in our society, which is a bit too much conservative. And simultaneously, we encourage individual action, that is inclusion of sustainable things in our life and advocacy in community. I think it is easily transmitted and perceived by our group. But I don't think that our group is necessarily a sheer reflection of the youth in Albania. So for this cause, I got a lady friend of mine, and it's easier to understand when you are there on site and you engage yourself with your hands, you plant a seedling and you understand that this is a life that you are helping create. But in the overall life, it's difficult to transmit because of the cynicism we see among youth. As I said, they say, oh, come on, there are so many problems: education, unemployment, corruption. The environment is often put last. And it's a bit difficult to tell them, look, you must put this first, because unless you have nature, you will have none of these. You just list it. And there is this difficulty, and this is a difficulty in transmitting it. But nevertheless, I think it's worth doing this. But the more activities that are concrete, physical, you touch it yourself, you see it yourself, the easier it will get to transmit. Because it's that disconnection bridge. We have this disconnection bridge towards nature. You cannot tell youngsters who have been brought up in Tirana all their life. They have no idea about nature, and they don't know how their food comes to their table or how the birds influence the ecosystem. You cannot. It's hard to tell them, be careful of this, do this, activate for this. They say, look, but why is it relevant to me? They would say. So there must be more experiences like this for them to bring them close to the nature, concrete in the problem, to make them more perceivable and understand. Thanks a lot, Anya, for your presentation. Now, in parentheses, I just already made the introduction of presentation by Mr. Lorin. Lorin is a representative of one of the most important media outlets, from the civil society that are there to cover causes, protests, engagements without filters. So he comes from the Citizens Channel. He's a journalist. And before I give him the floor, let me thank also the other independent and investigative journalists who worked on Vjosa issue, such as Lida Cherna and Artana Rama, who are not here present, but I want to thank you also on behalf of PPNEA and other engaged organizations. Lauren, thanks for coming. The floor is yours. Thanks, Thea. I also have some congratulations, and I wanted to bring examples from my colleagues. I'm Lorin Kadiu. I represent a media called Citizens Channel. I'm a journalist, so we are youngsters that we try to give voice to these causes, like the Vlora airport, like environmental causes, which seem local but are very important, and they are quite detached from the daily narrative that is politics, showbiz, murders, and so on. I think it's not easy to be lost in a long day, so I will try to be concise. These are the 4 topics I will address: the airport in media reporting, transparency, medical advice, and environment to the end, because I am not part of the environment, but I want to state that the environment, that the airport is a matter of environment, but also public money and clientelism sometimes, which we luckily see as a repeated pattern in big infrastructure works, how our governments spend the taxpayer money. These are some of the articles I chose to say that I have very good colleagues who have reported consistently on the Flora Airport. Besides my colleagues at Citizens Channel, Exit and CRP made a very good feature article showing how many institutions, not only in Albania and Turkey, responded to the requests for information and transparency related to the tendering process. Euronews, Porta Vendora, and Factoia has checked the truth of promises and declarations made for the Vlora Airport. Now, a short history. In 2007, the government launched a tender, and we see a proposal from Turkey. 3 out of 5 of those, 3 out of 5 companies in Turkey, they are called the 5 thieves in Turkey. This consortium, 3 out of 5, because they've often been favored by the Turkish president there in public works. So 3 of these government made with a new consortium. The contract stipulated that the airport should have 60,000 passengers, and after 10 years, it is handed over to us, is 1.2 million passengers, quite ambitious for a seasonal airport. In the procurement documents, the government presented it as a high risk. It must also do the road infrastructure and the area that so there are cars going around in industrial areas, so it's going to have daily transport. So our government vouched until 932,000 euro, 932 million euros if it results to be low traffic. So this is how the partnership public-private has worked not so rarely. So we pay 1/3 of the investment, and the reason why we do investments by PPP is because we don't have money to do it immediately by our government money. So this consortium, so what the government does, it vouches, it gives safeguards if they don't get the expected profit from the contract they conclude with our country, our government. So to be brief, I'll show you this video and last sentence. If you can click on this video, this is recent. This is a feature to present the resistance, to show the approach we have to the reporting. So we try to give voice to those people who were there and not those people who come out on national TV to say how good the airport will be and how nicely we will live when we industrialize the national park.
Atë ndihmoj bëj stop edhe share ekranit, jo.
So stop and share so must come out of full screen.
Kjo nuk është video jonë.
This is not our video.
Ok, mund vazhdojmë dhe me prezantimin, nëse se vendos, s'ka problem.
Okay, if you cannot put it on, we can go on with the presentation. Okay, you can watch the video on our website. So on that occasion, you visit us, like us, and follow us. So let me conclude with a very short wrap up of the situation. The airport on the protected area. These two maps to show you how useful is the cooperation. We got this map from you, in fact. You were the ones who raised this problem, this concern, and we can see this quite clearly at plain eye, how an area in the protected area is removed, the protected status, and there it's not going to be ecotourism, but an airport, one of the projects with the highest possible infrastructure impact. Even an atomic plant, only on an atomic plant would have higher impact than that. So we see a decision council of ministers that was not disclosed publicly, and this is transparency undermined. The decision council of ministers, the council of ministers says we made this decision, but it showed this to nobody. And what we must do, we must persist weeks, months to have it. As we saw, we went to the court, and still we are not sure we are going to get the information. To conclude, these are several articles. The title is not objective. We use the quote marks that. So if Berna asks the Albanian government to stop the airport at the day that the most important representatives of the European Union came to Albania for the Congress. Another article is more descriptive of this situation. You know quite well that Berna asked the suspension of the works, and this is also the result of your work to raise this concern up. To conclude, probably not on a very positive note, a lawsuit, and we have reported the whole process of the organizations that filed the lawsuit. And in the end, we decided to come up with this title because the court found it inadmissible. So in some way, the court decided to reject it and to tell some persons who are experts and who represent not so few people and the opinion of not so small part of the society that you do not have the right to sue the government because the government knows its business quite well. And this is an issue that will continue, and we will always be supporting. So our effort does not stop when PPNEA or other organizations send a press release and we get it and we republish it. No, that is the moment where our work starts. This is the contribution, the input we can give. I mean, the media that has the freedom to state its things. So this is important to start investigating and to bring new information and to preserve this cooperation within the ethical standards with all the interested parties for issues of public goods, public interest, not only environment, but also any funds that are used, that must be used, not in clientelist way, but in a fair, transparent way, because it's taxpayers' money. Thanks. Thanks a lot, Lauren, for the presentation, and thanks again that you are always available and you are always everywhere present. I only do my duty. And thanks also for your charisma, the sense of humor in your presentation. Any questions for Lorraine? Aurora. Hello, Lorraine. Thanks for your presentation. I think it was the voice of all of us. I have a question. The definition of genocide is the eradication of a population of resources that ensures this population the possibility to have a living. And once we affect human resources, this might entail this crime. So what does the government do for you to prosper, to make progress and to develop your potential to the highest? But your government goes about this, does this genocide. This is a good question, but I don't know if I'm the right person to ask. And you gave us this idea with this genocide. We will use this in some features, but I think one of the ways to counteract is that we often discuss in the newsroom and our colleagues to take a small step. Let's take a small step to change something. Okay, the change will not happen tomorrow, after 1 week, after 1 month, probably years would take. But is that what is rewarding for us is when we see there is impact. We would like, do we want this to happen more often? Yes. Do we want to have the possibility to do more? Of course. And the moments, and when we spend months, weeks, sometimes 6 months to publish something, and we expect now the public opinion will be shaken and the institutions, the prosecution office will take action, nothing happens. So what we can do, start it from again and try again. And one of the ways is this. I'm really inspired by this entire meeting today and the fact that there are youngsters who go to Vjosa-Narta for the first time, and they go there both to plant plants and to protest, and try to engage a bit more the local community. We often have calls from Yoni and other activists, and will you come? We have this event. Will you come? You are doing so much. Come on, you are tiring us, but it's very good that they do these things, and they must do more. And we will try to follow them. It's this dynamism that keeps you motivated and in some way keeps you doing this job, this work that is not easy. And it's not one of those sectors where you may be relaxed. Sometimes even when you are on vacation, your mind is, what's happening there? I don't know if you answered your question. I believe not. I have a follow-up question. Let's suppose a group of frustrated and tired citizens get Molotov and they attack the government. You, as journalists, would you report us as terrorists if we are attacking genocide? You are entitled not to respond. I will respond. What I don't want to do and don't want to be done is to be left without an answer. We will report, of course. I'm not going to this case in detail, but we have always tried in this report to be to side not the weakest, but those, not the ones who we feel is right in our editorial freedom. So in the environmental issues, or in the case of HPPs, we know that there are conglomerates of media that own HPPs. So we are not going to do that article that is balanced on paper. Here are the pros, here are the cons, and to side with the pros. No, we are going in this case directly to those people who are directly affected there, or in some way are to have more legitimation to protest, to complain, and have a more direct contact with nature than us. And we will try to fill this gap that mainstream media leaves in giving them a voice. And when I mean them, I mean any group that is difficult for them to find room, airing time, space in the traditional media, and they go, they receive blackmail, threats. You know how the journalists are intimidated, those who take the courage to speak in public freely. Thanks. Unless there are other questions for Lorraine, I see that the video is ready, but I would recommend in this case with Molotovs, no. So I close it here and I give Yoni to do the closing remarks and to give information on the day tomorrow, that is this on-site visit. Thanks for the exhaustive moderation of a long session. I thank Claudia too. This was really a long day. The last two presentations really were a bit relaxing and brought us back the smile, because we saw that there is still hope. Let me thank you all for your participation here in the room and on Zoom. Zoom now is diminished, and the majority of the people on the room and on Zoom are sure people who have given an input contribution to this case. Many of you have given technical input. Many of you joined forums, conferences like this, and protests that we waged. So I cannot congratulate you enough. And I want to follow this with an invitation. And this I want to back it up with an invitation to the next activities for the information that we got, to share it with others, particularly to people, in order for them to be influenced and to be probably impressed, so that they get an understanding of the importance of nature. So let's do more. And I would invite you in the next reactions, forums, protests that we intend to keep on, such as the last one that had not so little influence in drawing attention towards the cause. And we've chosen to do this through informing and through seeking responses. Before I give the floor to Gabriel, all of you who have confirmed for the trip tomorrow to Narta must be at 7:47 behind the Palace of Opera and Ballet, so that we can set off, we can drive, we can go on 8 sharp. So any of you who has not confirmed yet, in the registration paper letter, in the registration name, you can put a tick. You can put a tick on the right. So 7:45, 8 departure.
Well, yeah, thank you, Yoni. I thought there will be a last round of interventions and comments, and I wanted to use that opportunity to also express my inspiration about this conference. And I was really impressed to see all this expertise in the room and all the passion and enthusiasm. So wow. For those who don't know me, I'm Gabriel, working with Euronatur. And well, I don't want to, in this last intervention, I don't want to repeat everything what has been said. I think we are all aware how harmful this project, and I'm not only referring to the airport, but also to this mega urbanism plans in the Delta, how harmful these plans will be for nature. And people, actually, not only nature and people. As I said, I would not like to repeat all this, what has been said, but it's important to emphasize that this case is going way beyond nature. It's going way beyond nature, and it influences also society a lot. Only this small example that basically all these plans will lead to privatization of beaches and will lead to restricted access for people to go to a beach is underestimated, I think. And this is maybe more important, it's a case which shows clearly that it's in a violation of rule of law. And this is really dramatic. And it has been confirmed by the European Commission several times, but apparently the Albanian government is ignoring this. So I think The strong message of the conference today is to the Albanian government: stop the construction of this airport, stop all the plans for this mega urbanism planning. And in order to make the government think about it, I think we can all contribute a lot. And you have contributed already a lot. I think we need to do more, because so far the government ignored all the protests, all the concerns. Well, you learned this morning there are legal cases now ongoing, and I think the legal avenue is really important to fight these plans, but we need more. We need more public attention, also in order to support the legal cases. So it's on you, it's on us. We all together should invest more to raise the public attention for this very important case. There are a lot of things which everyone could do, and Yoni, you just mentioned upcoming protests, so please spread the word and participate. We need to mobilize more, and we can also do more with an online petition, and all these small puzzles will then create a bigger picture. And so, yeah, thanks a lot for coming and all your enthusiasm and energy. Thanks.
I don't have anything to add to that. So thanks again. Shall we watch the video? Okay, let's close it off with the video from the last protest. And then we get ready for tomorrow. So they are against the construction of the airport in this area. I cannot hear the audio. Okay, we will not watch the video. We have to go to the Facebook of Citizens channel. We have to like them and follow them. Sorry, it doesn't work. Sorry, I cannot give interpretation because it's too far. I cannot read what's written there. And, people in front of the booth. Sorry.
Ka dhe një coffee break kushdo që ka nevojë prapë për kohë.
There is a coffee break. Coffee break. You can say there what you left unsaid.